Good morning, Councillor Santos checking in.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. You're coming through loud and clear. And good morning, members of committee, members of staff, members of the public, and delegates registered for today's meeting. It is 9:30. However, we've had a few technical issues with our virtual meeting platform this morning, so we're just going to wait a few moments just to make sure that we have all attending members participating before the meeting gets underway. So thank you for your patience. We'll get underway shortly.
Peter, it's Councillor Dillon. Was wondering if anybody else has issues logging in. Keep saying it's the incorrect email address.
Yeah, Councillor Dillon, I've been trying the last 5 minutes. I just joined as an attendee, let me in, but the panelist function does not seem to be working.
Yeah, I logged in from my phone, but from my laptop it's not working. So I'll keep trying, but I'll stick to the phone till then.
Councillor Dillon, it's Peter, and good morning. So there is an issue with the panelist link. So I'm going to ask, and I've sent an email out to members of council, members of committee and staff, that if you join by the attendee link, we will bring you into the meeting, and then we'll diagnose what the issue was after the meeting. Thank you.
Peter, if it helps, I had the same issues when I signed in just by using my first and last name, and then it let me in.
Thank you. I think it may be an issue with the invitation list, but we'll confirm that after the virtual meeting is over today.
Peter, can we just log in as a panelist, or sorry?
Sure, if I'm in as an attendee or...
Yeah, attendee, what do we log in?
If members join, and staff as well, using the attendee link, we will be able to bring you into the meeting without an issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning and welcome to our virtual meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. We will begin the meeting with the City Clerk calling the roll of attendance for today's meeting. Mr. Clerk.
Members of committee, I will call your name. Please indicate your presence. Councillor Santos.
Present.
Councillor Willens.
Present.
Councillor Paleshi.
Present.
Councillor Bowman.
Present.
Councillor Medeiros.
Present.
Councillor Williams.
I'm here.
Councillor Fortini.
Good morning, I'm here.
Councillor Singh.
Present.
Councillor Dillon.
Here.
Mayor Brown.
Present.
Thank you. And Chair Visante is here. 11 members are present, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Members of committee, our next item is approval of the agenda. Does any member wish to add a business item to today's meeting? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. Recognizing Councillor Fortini.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm going to add a discussion on the newsletters. And a discussion will be in camera about the Torbram catwalk, which I did talk to the solicitor, and also the Brampton U will be out in the open. What I was suggested. Thank you.
Councillor, the Brampton U is for open or closed session?
Yeah, I was told it's out in the open.
Thank you. Next, recognizing Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to add a discussion item under legislative services for quorum at electronic meetings.
Anything else, Councillor?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognizing Councillor Williams.
Hi, good morning through the chair. I would like to add a discussion item on diversity, equity, inclusion, in particular a report, HR Human Resources report.
Anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Santos.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add a discussion item, a couple actually, related to auto theft in Brampton, as well as another item on traffic safety and speeding and automated speed enforcement cameras, and also an item related to a summary of highlights for 2021. And finally, another item related to the procedural bylaw committee.
Thank you very much. Councillor, nothing more? Thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to add a discussion around our communication, specifically around our voice drops, and also on the weekly mayor's press conference, please.
Thank you very much. Recognizing Councillor Paleshi.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask for all of these added items to be voted on separately. I'm not going to support all of these added items. I think there's way too many items that are being added to Committee of Council. There's a process that we should be doing if we're adding items such as these. I think the public needs to know a week in advance. So I won't be supporting the added items. I'm counting 10 added items. I don't think it's fair to staff, other councillors, and the public. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. I'm going to have to agree with you there, and in that spirit of maintaining proper protocol and looking at this long list of last-minute items, I think I'm going to remove the auto theft and the speed cameras from my added items, but I would like to keep my discussion on procedural bylaw committee. I think that's relevant to this discussion right now. And I think I'm going to keep the report on 2021 highlights. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. I see Councillor Medeiros on my list.
Thank you very much. Yes, in the same spirit, maybe City Clerk, you can advise. Just a question regarding the weekly COVID press conferences. Could that be related to when the mayor gives his update on COVID in terms of seeking information?
Through you, Mr. Chair, presumably yes. Yes, it's related. There is a standing item on the agenda for council and committee of council on the COVID-19 emergency, and that could be a question that's raised during that item if it's not added as a new business item.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to then, I will, in terms of voice drops, I will also take that away and happy to move it at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Medeiros. Recognizing Councilor Fortini.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I did send things in. There was a confusion last week. I did say I would remove and put it on this week. So I'd like to keep these 3 items on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Paleshi.
No, I was agreeing with Councilor Medeiros on his added item could be brought up at the COVID update, that's all.
Thank you very much. I see no further speakers, so I'll ask the clerk to assist us in conducting separate votes for the items which we are considering to add to today's agenda.
So through you, Mr. Chair, before proceeding to the vote, I'm just going to summarize the items that I have. And these are listed, I will list them by section as opposed to when they were introduced for simplicity. So under the Public Works section, there's a proposed added item from Councillor Santos that would be 8.3.2 on traffic safety. Under Legislative Services.
No, sorry, Mr. Clerk. I decided, I asked for those 2 to be withdrawn, and I'm happy to add that at a later date.
Okay, thank you. Then under Community Services, there's no new business being added. Under Legislative Services, there are 2 proposed business items. The first would be 10.3.3, proposed by Councillor Bowman regarding quorum at electronic meetings. The second would be 10.3.4, Procedure Bylaw Committee, discussion item from Councillor Santos. There is no proposed new business for Economic Development section. For Corporate Services section, there would be a proposed new business item from Councillor Fortini, 12.3.1 regarding newsletters. Second new business item from Councillor Fortini regarding Brampton U as 12.3.2. Then we have an proposed added item from Councillor Williams. That would be 12.3.3 regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then we had Councillor Santos adding, it looked like 2 additional items, but I'll get clarification in a moment, Councillor Santos. I had 12.3.4 regarding auto theft in the city. That would be under Corporate Services. And then proposed item 12.3.5 under 2021 highlights. Just to confirm, Councillor Santos, you still wish to proceed with the auto theft issue?
Yeah, no, thank you. That's okay. We could take that off as well.
Okay. So 12.3.4 would be proposed item from Councillor Santos on 2021 highlights. And finally, for closed session, that would be identified as proposed item 15.2, a closed item proposed by Councillor Fortini regarding Torbram Road. And as I understand, the reason for the closed session would be an open meeting exception under section 239(2)(c) of the Municipal Act, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. So those are the items that I have identified, and a request has been made to do a recorded vote, or a vote on each of them. Sorry, I just wish to clarify, Mr. Chair. Is it a recorded vote or just a separate vote?
It would be separate votes, but do we require 2/3?
2/3 is required for all this business to be added. So if it's a separate vote, you can lead the vote on that, as there is no recorded vote, unless a recorded vote's being requested on each item.
Very good. So we'll first consider adding the discussions requested Councillor Fortini regarding Councillor newsletters.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm just voting against all of them, so I asked for a recorded, separate vote on all of them together as one vote, all the added items, I don't want to pick and choose. I'm just voting no to all of them. So if you want to just hold one vote to all the added items.
We can hold one vote for all the added items, Mr. Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's the will of committee. Members of committee, it's the will of committee. If a request is made to vote on every single item, that's within the purview of the committee. If a request is made to vote on them as a package, that is within the purview of the committee. They're all subject to a 2/3 vote.
Yes, my request was to vote on all the added items in a separate vote.
Can you be clear, Councillor Pelletier, would you like a separate vote for each of the added items, or do you want a vote for all of the added items together? For
I
clarity.
apologize, Mr. Chair, if I'm not being clear. I would like a separate vote, one separate vote for all added items, not every item, all of the added items together.
Mr. Clerk.
If that's the will of committee, that's the will.
So I'll ask the clerk to administer a
So,
recorded vote.
Mr. Chair, for clarification,
Councillor
I did
Fortini,
send
you may speak.
yeah, thank you. I did send my stuff in last week. We was removed because there was a lot of stuff and said we will move it to this committee. I remember even Councillor Pelletier thanking and saying, okay, and now it's not, we need 2/3. How many times I did send it in? And, on this discussion, the only thing I did not send in is a newsletter. I could remove the newsletter, but my 2 other items were already sent last council. And I had the discussion with our legal. So why all of a sudden now it has to be removed? That's very unfair. Like, how many times do I have to send this in?
Councillor Fortini, I believe Councillor Pelletier is just asking for a recorded vote, as would be our normal process to approve. The agenda.
I understand, but it was sent in, and it was not on the agenda. It was also sent in 2 weeks ago for the last one. It was not added to the agenda. And I never heard about 2/3 votes all of a sudden that we have to add things to the agenda. If that's the case, then we have to do this every committee. If I have to send it in again for next council, I will for the 3rd time. So, we keep adding things we're not allowed to. I don't know how the process is really being done here lately. It was added last week, and we discussed it, and I asked, okay, fine, we'll remove it to this committee.
Thank you, Councillor. I seek Mayor Brown on the board. Mayor Brown.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I was in the chair last week, and Councillor Fortini at the time asked where the Torbram item was, and we couldn't find it on the agenda, and he said at the time, okay, well then we'll add it for next week. And so I just wanted to say the spirit of what Councillor Fortini just said is my interpretation as well. And so to the clerk, given the fact that Councillor Fortini clearly said in council last week that this item was to be for the next week, would that not be adequate notice?
It's okay, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to send another one for the 3rd time, and I'll add it to next council meeting on the agenda for the Brampton U and the newsletter and this catwalk. We'll know this for next time. We need 2/3 votes on everything when things get added. Thank you. I'll put it down.
Councillor Fortini, can I as chair rule to add the Torbram item, or it has to be through a vote as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. This is adding new business to a committee meeting. The agenda has been set. Members are entitled to propose to add new business. It is subject to a 2/3 vote of the committee. In Councillor Fortini's case, yes, it was raised last week at council. It was after the agenda had closed for today's committee of council. There was dialogue with Councillor Pelletier and with the city solicitor, and we were anticipating adding this as of right, filing it through a notice of motion for the February 9th council meeting, which would be added with the agenda published this Friday for consideration next week without the requirement for a 2/3 vote in Councillor Fortini's case only. The other new business items added on today's agenda, these are first time these are being presented, presumably to other members of committee, but certainly in the public meeting record, and it is subject to a 2/3 vote to add new business to the agenda today.
Thank you. So,
Yeah, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Chair, I will stand mine down, and I'll be added for next council meeting on the 9th. Thank you. Both items, all 3 items. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Mr. Clerk, please.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to try and summarize again what I think are the new business items to be added, because it looks like Councillor Fortini, I wish to clarify, is removing from the agenda his 3 proposed items, which would be 12.3.1 on newsletters, 12.3.2 on Brampton U, and 15.2 in closed session on Torbram Road. Is that correct, Councillor?
Yes, I'm going to remove them, and I did send another, I sent it to you already for next council meeting, and I remember, yes, you did reply back for the 9th.
Yes.
I'm sorry. You're correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
So all 3 will be on for next council meeting. Thank you.
So the newsletter item, I do not have a notice of motion for that item for council next week. So I just want to clarify that. And the agenda for a notice of motion has passed. It is 4:30 on Tuesday.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Two
Thank you.
items will be added next week.
Okay. So a recorded vote,
Oh, sorry, point of clarification. Thank you so much. So just very clearly, it sounds like Councillor Fortini's request has already been, like, it's already on the agenda for next week. Is that correct? Like, you took that, Mr. Clerk, and put it on the agenda for February 9th?
through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Fortini has properly filed notices of motion for next week's meeting on Brampton U as a public session item and a request for a closed session item.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Thank you very much, councillors. Mr. Clerk.
So a recorded vote has been requested on the proposed new business items. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
No.
Councillor Councillor Willens.
I'm still not clear, Peter, sorry. Are those the items that we are discussing today that are not struck down?
I'll ask the clerk to clarify one last time. Mr. Clerk,
Okay.
what are the items that we are considering to add to today's agenda?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the following items are proposed for addition to today's agenda, subject to a 2/3 vote. Item 10.3.3, new business regarding quorum at electronic meetings from Councillor Bowman. Item 10.3.4, Procedure Bylaw Committee, new business proposed from Councillor Santos. Item 12.3.1 it will be now, new business proposed from Councillor Williams regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. Item 12.3.2 now, new business proposed from Councillor Santos regarding 2021 highlights. And I believe that is all the new business that's proposed for this agenda.
Okay, yeah, yes, right.
That's a yes. Councillor Paleshi.
No.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros. Sorry, Councillor Medeiros, I didn't get that.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes,
Councillor Singh.
No.
Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
That's a yes, thank you. Mayor Brown?
No.
Chair Vasante?
That's a no.
That's a no. The required 2/3 is not achieved. The vote is 6-5.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So we'll move on to item 3, declarations of conflict of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Seeing none, the clerk will so note for the meeting minutes.
Sorry, I did put yes there. I guess it didn't send properly?
I see it now. Councillor Bowman, please speak. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, in an abundance of caution, I'm declaring a conflict on, I guess it's item 6.4, the delegation and the request, as I sit on their advisory board. And I've sent the appropriate paperwork in.
Thank you very much. The clerk will so note on the minutes for today's meeting. Seeing no other declarations.
I'll keep it at 21.
Councillor Dillon, can you please turn off your mic? And we'll move on to our consent committee. As part of our consent motion process, I will read each agenda item that is subject to a consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the items to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. And we'll begin with our list. We have item 8.2.3, staff report regarding Grow Green Environmental Awards. That's on consent. Item 8.2.5, a staff report regarding requests to begin procurement for hiring of electrical contractor. for the replacement of the emergency generator, cooling coils, and humidifiers for the air handling units and outdated drinking fountains at City Hall, Ward 3. That is on consent. Item 8.2.6, a staff report regarding the budget amendment, Balmoral Recreation Center revitalization for Ward 7. That is in consent. Item 8.2.7, staff report regarding the servicing agreement for municipal...
Hold, Mr. Chair, hold.
Councillor Fortini, you wish to hold the item for Balmoral? Councillor Fortini. Councillor Fortini, are you there?
I said yes, Balmoral.
Thank you very much. That will be held. Next, we have item 8.2.7, a staff report regarding the servicing agreement for municipal works only to allow for the construction of Street B from Beauvais Drive to Lagerfield Drive in Ward 6. That is in consent. 8.3.1, the minutes of the Brampton School Traffic Safety Council for January 13th, 2022. That is that is held by Councillor Williams. Item 9.3.1, the minutes of the Brampton Sports Hall of Fame Committee, January 13th, 2022. That is in consent. Item 12.2.1, a staff report regarding the status of general accounts receivables. That is in consent. Item 12.2.2, the staff report regarding the 2022 temporary borrowing bylaw. That is in consent. And item 12.2.3, a staff report regarding Holland Christian Homes development charges deferral extension associated with a long-term care facility.
Hold, Councillor Singh.
Councillor Singh to hold that item. So the clerk will now summarize those items to be included on the consent motion for approval.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So members of committee, the following three items are held with the balance, save and except for items related to delegations and presentations and discussion items to be considered during the meeting. So held is 8.2.6 from Councillor Fortini, a staff report regarding a budget amendment on the Balmoral Recreation Center revitalization in Ward 7. Item 8.3.1 held by Councillor Williams, the minutes from the Brampton School Traffic Safety Council meeting of January 13th. And finally, item 12.2.3 held by Councillor Singh regarding the Holland Christian Homes development charges deferral extension associated with the long-term care facility.
Thank you very much, Clerk. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to approve the consent motion as per our trial process, agreed to by Council. The consent motion will be subject to a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk.
All members in favor of the consent motion, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Visante.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you very much, Mr.
To the chair, if I could, it's Mayor Brown here. I know we passed the section on conflicts, but I was just sent a note that I am also on the advisory board to GAVE, like Councillor Bowman, and so we have never had a meeting, or I don't know what input they want from Councillor Bowman and myself, but maybe it's prudent that I declare a conflict too, and follow Councillor Bowman's approach. Is it too late to do that?
No, Mr. Mayor, I believe the clerk can note that for the meeting minutes. Thank you so much, and he'll be waiting for your appropriate forms.
And to the clerk, we have no pecuniary interest in this, but would that be your advice that it would be appropriate for us to declare that conflict?
As the clerk often advises members of council, it's a personal choice, and you're doing so in abundance of caution.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I see
Excuse me,
Councillor
Chair.
Medeiros on my list. Recognizing Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you very much. I do sit on, I will be joining as well, along with Mayor Brown and Councillor Bowman. And I do appreciate the abundance of caution, but however, I guess understanding what the delegation is going to, and my understanding that it all gets referred to staff report. There's no decision at this time, so I'm fine not to declare a conflict. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I see no further speakers on my list, so we'll move on forward to our announcements today. Next announcement is item 5.1, an announcement regarding the Catalyst Cyber Accelerator launch of cohort number 4. I've brought this announcement here today for us, and joining us will be Sumit Bhatia, the Director, Innovation and Policy at the Rogers Cybersecure Catalyst for Ryerson University, to make this announcement. Welcome, Sumit, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chair, Councillors, and Mayor Brown. Thank you for having me here today. We've now completed 1 full year of programming with 15 companies having graduated thus far. This Monday, January 31st, we launched cohort 4 of the Accelerator and have welcomed 7 new companies to the Accelerator, where they'll be engaged with us over the next 4 months. We have some very exciting early stage companies joining us this cohort that range from pre-seed to Series A in their financing stages. In the interest of time, I won't go through all of them, but just to highlight a couple of them for you, we've got companies like B-Data, a blockchain-driven security platform that addresses security concerns with the Internet of Things. Born out of 2 students and a research project from McMaster, they've developed one of the most unique ways of addressing IoT cybersecurity and have already started to win numerous awards from the industry, including the Rogers 5G competition and the New World Report's Best Cybersecurity Product. We've also got other companies like NIA Security, solving security challenges for developers, Faith building cutting-edge identity access management solutions, PACT that is building a platform for secure contract management, specifically for small, medium businesses, and Opsware Data that helps companies automate their privacy and governance processes in a world where privacy and governance is becoming incredibly important. Super excited to have them all with us, and I know they're all very eager to get engaged with the Brampton Innovation District at large and all of its partners, and we're already seeing some interesting call-outs for collaboration and contribution with the ecosystem at large. So we're very excited to host them here and glad to have them as part of this new cohort for the Accelerator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sumit. On behalf of all members of council, I want to thank you and your team for the work that you're doing in the city of Brampton. It is a point of pride for us to be working with you, and when we tell residents about what is happening in downtown Brampton and with the work that Ryerson is doing on so many different lanes, it's really something that folks are excited about. So thank you for bringing this to us here today.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Committee, our next item is public delegations. We have item 6.1, a delegation from Roger Smith, the President and CEO of Richmond Sustainability Initiatives Fleet Challenge Canada, regarding the Brampton Sustainable Fleet Strategy. And we also have item 8.2.1, which we'll bring on board, a staff report regarding the Brampton Sustainable Fleet Strategy, which we can deal with after receiving the delegation. Welcome, Roger.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. I am with Richmond Sustainability Initiatives. We're a not-for-profit based in Toronto, and we were engaged by the City of Brampton late in 2021 to complete a sustainable fleet strategy. And today I want to deliver the highlights of the framework and the action plan. Next slide, please. In the next 5 minutes of my presentation, I want to talk about the results of data modeling we completed to evaluate the cost and GHG emission impacts of fuel reduction solutions relative to a 2019 baseline, in which we data modeled over a 15-year budget cycle. Our approach at RSI is to assess the impacts, both financially and emissions-wise, of every potential solution for reducing emissions. I will also cover the cost estimations of electric vehicle supply equipment, meaning charging system for electric vehicles. I think everyone, it's no surprise to anyone that the world is moving towards electric vehicles and away from gas and diesel powered vehicles, and that's happening quite rapidly. We're also going to talk about an overview of discounted cash flow analysis we completed to assess the benefits of purchasing versus leasing versus renting fleet assets. And I'll present the high-level fleet-wide recommendations for low-carbon options in the short term and through to the long term of battery electric vehicle transition for the three major fleets, fleet services, in other words, the corporate fleet, but as well fire and emergency services and Brampton Transit. Next slide, please. So our approach is to assess and evaluate the various options for carbon reduction very holistically, but in segments, in a stepwise approach. So our approach is to begin with what we call Group 1 solutions. These are best management practices. And typically best management practices are the lowest cost, highest impact solutions. So some of those include enhanced specifications for vehicles like lightweighting or lower rolling resistance options, aerodynamics, things like that. But next, moving into driver behaviors, eco driver training, anti-idling policy technologies to reduce idling, which has a big impact on fuel consumption, as well as transportation demand management, route planning and optimization, and trip reduction. These are, as I said, usually the lowest cost options with large impacts, and we consider these to be house in order activities. So we always, with every plan we develop, we start with these options, get the house in order first, and then start looking at more exotic or more sometimes costly alternate solutions to reduce emissions. In Group 2, we're looking at interim solutions. As you said, I think all of us are aware that the world is moving towards electric vehicles. Most jurisdictions today have a ban on gas and diesel powered vehicles by 2035. The world is moving towards electric vehicles. But in the meantime, how do you reduce carbon emissions? So we studied the use of high blend ethanol, biodiesel or renewable diesel, different blends, compressed natural gas and liquid propane gas were all options we evaluated. And thirdly, we assessed the battery electric vehicle or BEV phase-in, a slow, structured, planned, methodic approach to phasing in battery electric vehicles over the next 15 years for the city of Brampton. Next slide, please. This is a high-level view. This is encompasses all three fleets. Our approach, as I mentioned, is to look at the house in order activities in the sort of rose-colored fields here, studying those, but ancillary to our approach is studying the cost benefit of all the solutions that will reduce carbon. So to do that, we start with a life cycle study of all of the vehicles in the Brampton fleet, and we studied to determine through historical data analysis the optimal economic life cycles for replacing vehicles as they age. And with that, we then calculated a long-term view of 15-year view of capital budget planning based on optimal economic life cycles. In other words, replacing vehicles at the right time before they start incurring extra capital cost or suffering breakdowns and causing downtime. So through that, we determined that an average budget of $7.4 million over the next 15 years, including the accrued cost of compound inflation over that period of time, is all built in here. $7.4 million is needed to replenish the fleet and keep it at an average age that is sustainable. From that, we modeled all of the solutions in terms of how they would affect the operating budget. So, for example, not spending capital on vehicles will lead to an aging fleet. An aging fleet will cause reactive repairs. Reactive repairs will affect the operating budget. So how do each of these solutions, these groupings of solutions, impact the budget? We studied that here. So these are the solutions. Here's how they would affect the capital or the operating budget. This is how the capital affects the operating budget. So these solutions, yes, they cost more, but it's generally tied to the rate of inflation in the 15-year period. So about $200,000 a year. But nevertheless, these solutions would also reduce the carbon. 8% for this group, 21%, 18%. And if all of these best management practices were implemented successfully, there's a 35% potential for carbon reduction. Looking at the intermediate solutions, we call them the messy middle solutions. So things that are available here and now to reduce carbon. While the world is awaiting suitable electric vehicles, switching vehicles to ethanol E85 is a tremendous impact. There are some operational challenges that will have to be addressed by fleet management. Finding a suitable supply for the source for the fuel may be challenging, but if it was successfully implemented, it would reduce carbon emissions by 54% in the using life cycle calculations. Biodiesel annualized, so using higher blends of biodiesel in the summer and a low blend or no biodiesel in the winter to present gelling would reduce carbon emissions by about 38%. Compressed natural gas has got a tremendous potential for greenhouse gas reduction, and it may even cause operating cost reductions, but there is a caveat which I'll address in a later slide. Liquid propane has a potential as well, and there's a caveat to that as well. I'll cover in the next slide. But the best solution overall is battery electric vehicles, zero emission vehicles. So we data modeled, starting with cars and SUVs, which are available here and now today. You can buy many different cars and SUVs that are battery powered, and pickup trucks are coming next year. Ford and GM have announced electric pickup trucks, and medium duties and heavy duty trucks will follow in the next 2, 3, 4, and 5 years. But the city of Brampton has the potential of reducing carbon by 86% by embracing battery electric vehicles by the year 2035. Next slide, please. Just to summarize that, driver eco training and idling policy and technologies has a great potential for reducing emissions. Switching all units that are flex fuel capable, in other words, factory capable of burning ethanol 85 or 85% ethanol, has the greatest GHG reduction potential of all the fuel switching options of those messy middle solutions based on our data modeling. Of all alternate fuel solutions, natural gas is cost effective. Natural gas would cost less, but again, there's a caveat which I'll touch on in a moment. Transitioning again to BEVs or battery electric vehicles is the most effective long-term GHG solution. It does come at a slightly higher cost, as I showed in that previous slide, but this is expected to change. Battery electric vehicles are expected to reach cost parity with fossil fuel vehicles, some as soon as 1 and 2 years from now. So electric vehicles will cost about the same as gas and diesel vehicles cost today within the next few years, is the prediction. Of course, we can't model on that. As consultants, we have to model on what the reality is today, and therefore it shows in our data modeling battery electric vehicles will cost a little more right now. Next slide, please. Looking at the charging system, transitioning to electric vehicles means that you will need chargers. And we did a study based on the demand, based on the average utilization of every vehicle in the fleet. So we calculated the amount of charge it would take every night to charge a vehicle. This is a return to base fleet, so they all come back to their base at night for charging. And just about all vehicles could be charged overnight in off-peak hours, which is more economical for the city of Brampton and environmentally better as well. But nevertheless, there will need to be a charging infrastructure developed over the next few years, and the total cost over 15 years would be about $2.8 million, again, over a 15-year span. Next slide. Looking at replacing vehicles, aging fleets are less fuel efficient. It's wise to replace your fleet at the rate of depreciation. When capital is not available, if there's other priorities for capital, renting and leasing can sometimes be options. We did a discounted cash flow analysis to determine the optimal solution. We did a study where we analyzed 40 sedans based on data we had available from our fleet review. To purchase 40 sedans would cost $3.431 million. We used that as our baseline, and we compared the other solutions to that baseline. Closed-end lease for 6 years, and then buying the asset and maintaining it for another 6 years to a total of 12-year lifespan would cost about $500,000 extra, $418,000 extra, and that's over 40 units, and that's over the 12-year life cycle. Open-end leasing would cost about $258,000 to lease vehicles, again, over the life cycle of 40 vehicles we studied, and to rent was the lowest, is more than purchasing, but it is the lowest cost of the three options that we looked at. So it would cost about $219,000. So renting does cost more, although not as much more as leasing could cost. Now, the exception to this is high mileage applications. In a high mileage application, if you're trying to keep a vehicle for a 10 or 12-year life cycle, it's very likely that the vehicle will need costly capital expenses in the latter years of its life cycle. And if that's the case, renting is a very viable option. And a good example of that is in transit, where they use rental vans and have a very excellent contract for renting those vans. Next slide. Again, E85 ethanol is a good solution. Finding the fuel and getting it into the vehicles will be a challenge that fleet management will have to deal with, but it is entirely possible. Compressed natural gas, and this is the caveat I spoke about earlier. Compressed natural gas will save money operationally. It is less costly, but it's a very expensive solution. A fueling system, one fueling system could cost from $1 to $3 million. Every vehicle will require a conversion that will cost from $10,000 to $45,000 per vehicle to convert them to run on natural gas. We don't think this is a good solution for today. We think it's a short-term solution to reduce carbon, but looking at the big picture and the long view of things where the world is moving towards electric vehicles, we don't think this would be a good solution to invest so heavily in compressed natural gas. Although it is a solution that would work in the short term. Next slide, please. Battery electric vehicle phase-in, we think, is the way to go. And what we're suggesting is a temporary pause on purchasing new internal combustion engine vehicles. So what we're proposing is, where possible and where fleet management can make this work, they should use the upper estimate of the life cycle analysis work that we did in our study and delay replacing gas and diesel powered vehicles as long as possible. Obviously, if a vehicle is worn out and has to be replaced, it'll have to be replaced with a gas and diesel vehicle. But investing in gas and diesel powered vehicles when the whole world is moving towards electric vehicles would not be prudent. Gas and diesel vehicles 10 years from now may be near worthless as the world has transitioned to electric vehicles. But with the money that is saved on this pause that we're talking about, we would suggest reallocating the money that is saved. Instead of buying vehicles, switch it over to spending that money on developing the charging infrastructure for the vehicles that will be coming. And that way budgets should be balanced. The last thing we want to point out is that in a low mileage fleet, which is typical for municipalities or urban settings, they very low kilometers, battery electric vehicles currently cost 20 to 25% more or even more than gas and diesel vehicles. To get return on investment means spending less money on fuel, but in low mileage applications, they don't burn enough fuel to get return on investment. So our advice and the data modeling we did for fleet management, for Brampton's fleet management, is we highlighted the vehicles that would deliver return on investment based on their age, reduced maintenance costs, and reduced fuel costs. And that is completed in our data modeling, which we handed to fleet management for review. Next slide. Again, electric vehicle supply equipment, is time to start putting charging a system together for your fleet. Electric vehicles are coming. There's no mistake in that. Gas and diesel powered vehicles are going to become a thing of the past. It's time to start building the charging network, and we think that could be funded by the reduced cost of capital for replacing vehicles. Next slide. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Willens.
Yes, thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Roger. It was very good. I read through the report or your presentation rather quickly. It's a long. You did a lot of work. That's great. I guess my question though is to staff, and they can actually get back to us with the answer. How many electric vehicles based on this report that Roger's put forward. How we looking at in, let's say, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024? Maybe Mike Parks. I'm looking more at the public works. I know Transit's working aggressively to get our buses electrified, but I'm looking at particularly the fleet that the Roger was speaking to, the the delivery trucks, the ones that are running around. Not so much our public works, not so much the big heavy trucks, but the smaller ones, the pickups and the cars. How many are we looking at in the next, say, 4 or 5 years?
Good morning. Thank you, Councillor Willens, for the question through the chair. Roughly over the next 5 years, we're also taking a fairly aggressive approach on this. We're probably in the range of close to 200 vehicles.
Okay, that's great. That's good to hear. Good to hear. Thanks very much, Mike. Let's just keep moving forward, and because I think Roger made some very good points, especially when I drove by the gas pumps this morning at $1.53 for a liter. I don't think that's coming back down anytime soon. So that's great. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you so much, Roger. And I have the report before committee. Councillor Willens, would you like to move receipt and the recommendations?
Happy to.
Thank you. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to receive the delegation and the recommendations in the report. All in favor, any opposed? So that carries. Next committee, we are moving on to item 6.2, a delegation from Ruby Dillon, the founder, CEO, Pink Attitude Evolution, and John Stevenson, founding principal, Cultural IQ International, regarding the Canadian labor force gap. Welcome, Ruby and John. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Mayor Patrick Brown, members of council. Thank you for your time this morning. We're here today to share the findings of one of the largest BIPOC study done nationally and the first of its kind. We want to especially draw your attention to the 2 solutions that we will be making at the end of this presentation. But before that, we'd like to start by sharing an overview of why we started, and that was to tackle the highest unemployment rate in Canada, which was given to South Asian women. With that, we found in our findings that the issues were sort of rolling over to all BIPOC communities. And so today we're here to address something that we've all seen in COVID and is going to be prevalent for the years to come, is the labor shortage. So before we get into it, I'm going to pass it over to John to share the changing landscape of Canada and how we're going to tackle this at the end. John, over to yourself. And next slide, please.
Thank you, Ruby. So before we start with our actual research, I want to give you a little bit of background. So obviously, like many Western countries, Canada's really experienced a rapidly declining birth rate. And that was accelerated, obviously, during COVID. We saw a decrease of about 13,000 births in 2020 versus 2019. Next slide, please. As a result of that, the Canadian policy really on immigration is to really dramatically expand the number of newcomers coming into the country. And they come in from 3 major sources. We get about 350 to 380,000 a year. The government is mandating or requesting over 400,000 over the next 3 years. In addition to that, we get about 640,000 international students and about 470,000 temporary workers. Next slide, please. Predominantly, these individuals are coming from Asia, with South Asia being the largest source for newcomers coming into the country at about 48% of the population, followed by the Philippines and China. Next slide, please. And in Brampton, of course, you're one of the homes to one of the largest South Asian communities in Canada. These numbers at 44% are 2016, and it's significantly increased over the past 5 years as well, as you're well aware. Next slide, please. When newcomers come to the country, or immigrants, both international students and permanent residents, they come in those primary work years. If you look at the chart here, most of them are coming in at 25 to 44 years of age, which is really the prime years of employment in the country. In addition to that, they come in with a high level of education. If you look at the chart below, you see that both South Asians and other BIPOC or visible minority Canadians are over-indexing for both university and master's degrees. So overall, declining birth rate, the move towards really increasing and opening up the doors to more international people coming into the country, who come in with high education prime work here is really primed, and this is our labor force of the future. Next slide, please. The study we conducted, which we finished just late last year, was partially driven by the fact that there's a large employment rate, and we noticed that during COVID. The South Asian cohort was at 20.4%, at the same time that the national average was at about 11.3. Really dramatic change or difference between both what South Asians were experiencing versus the rest of the Canadian population, and that kind of spawned, the need really, because there was a lack of data, really understanding what were the barriers to preventing South Asians and other BIPOC communities, particularly women, from achieving career success. We are fortunate to have, and again, I want to thank the City of Brampton for being a participant in this, a really wide range of sponsors, as you can see below, including TD, Sephora, E&Y, Deloitte, a number of other participants to really help fund the study itself. So what were the key findings? Well, most importantly, the study revealed that South Asian women are overlooked. In comparison to other Canadians, South Asian women are significantly more likely to leave their job over the next 2 years than other BIPOC or Gen Pop Canadians. That alone should be shocking, given the shortage of labor in this country, and increasingly in the future, the fact that we're 57% of a large newcomer community is not happy is a concern. Part of this reason is because they feel overlooked or underutilized in the labor force. And one of the key findings of the report is part of this is the lack of recognition of their international experience and international degrees, as well as many other variables that come up, and that's led to some of the things that we want to do, that Pink wants to do moving forward, and really opening up solutions to support newcomers, South Asian heritage, and other communities to really advance their careers in the future. Next slide, please.
So our recommendations, so as John mentioned, keeping top of mind, the Canadian demographic is changing. By 2030, we're going to have a net zero birth in Canada, and 100% of the labor force in the next 5 years is going to be driven by immigration. So immigration is imperative for the growth of Canada, and that's not even taking account in terms of the baby boomers who are going to be retiring also. So what do we recommend to solve for this issue? What we're recommending to do with the provincial government, and this has been solicited, is a Canadian Experience Gap Grant. Next slide, please. This grant will work similar to the Canadian Summer Student Program, so it would be a pool of money that new Canadians to Canada, 5 years or less, can utilize for a year. They can get that Canadian experience in the workforce. They can learn the Canadian landscape. We can get skilled labor in skilled position rather than the typical MBA driving a taxi and no shortage as a taxi driver mean less of a job. It's just if someone's educated and they spent the time and energy doing that, they have the opportunity to kind of translate those skills, and the Canadian workforce get advantage of their skilled labor. And this is something that's been solicited. We're sharing this with all the parties right now, and we're happy to say a few of them have shown their support. In addition to this, we are aligning the BIPOC community, so we've got chats going on with the Hispanic Business Council of Canada, the Black North Initiative, the Black Opportunity Fund, Ascend Canada, to name a few. So we're excited to garner that momentum and get that support. Next slide, please.
Thank you. If I could just ask you to wrap up as you've passed the 5
minutes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry, this last slide. Just the other thing that we're working with Corporate Canada is working on a deliberate one-year program to help their D&I talent pool move up in the country. It will move up in their companies, and so this is a fulsome action plan that we're working in. It's been well received as well too. Thank you so much for your time today.
And thank you. We do have some speakers. Recognize Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you very much through you, Chair. And first of all, it's so years ago, Ruby, when you first brought this idea to my attention, and look where you are now. It's like it started as events, raising awareness, and talk about turning sort of what seemed to be at the time advocacy, but into real concrete measures and concrete solutions, and it's just fantastic. And But in terms of what this report speaks to and some of the issues it's raised, I do know, for example, it'd be interesting to sort of cross-reference with our internal lay of the land. I do know there's a report. I think Councillor Williams was trying to get it on committee today, but I do see that it was voted against. However, I do think it's very pertinent, and I guess my question is to staff, to I guess to Michelle in the equity department. If you're on the line, I don't know, City Clerk, I can't see if staff is there.
Sorry, Councillor, my apologies. Which staff were you?
Michelle from the Equity Office.
Yes, good morning. I am here.
Oh, great. Thank you, Michelle. Through you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just wondering, in terms of the findings here, is this something that we, in terms of, because I think there's some real interesting sort of information, and then after even sort of some of the programs put forward, is this now something that I would hope that that you take it away and review, for example, the findings and some of the solutions, and see if there's any way that the city can participate in it. I'm not sure if it's a motion required, or maybe you can speak to, you're probably monitoring this as well, and see that there's some real good information that will help guide some of our own internal policies.
Thank you, Councilor Medeiros. The Equity Office did have the opportunity to actually sit in on this presentation last week with the EDO division as well. And you're absolutely right. There's wonderful information in this that we will be also gleaning towards strategies and goal settings, and also falls in line in what we're already doing. So yes, we will be working with the EDO office in the future. We have a meeting again this week to see how we can collaborate.
Okay, that's great. No, I really appreciate it. Thank you. And then after...
You're welcome.
And then just to the delegation, very poignant in terms of the findings. Now, is there, in your mind, is there more to analyze, understanding that, in terms of what some of the findings are, but in terms of, I guess, going it further and drilling it down, is there plans for maybe a second phase, or is there any sort of idea of reviewing this maybe in a couple of years to see what the trend is? If you can speak to, for example, this captures this information now, but as we look towards the future, do you expect this to continue in terms of this trend?
Yeah, so I think just based on what we see today and the population of where it's coming to, it's not something that can be solved, I think, overnight, and it's continuous sort of advocacy and work. So I do think that we won't rule off that we'll do a later study just to see how this is trending. But, with having said that, we are excited to get the support of Corporate Canada and get their full engagement, as well as the City of Brampton, to become advocates to help, liaison and provide information so that the programming and stuff that's developed is done in an all lens sort of scene.
No, and thank you once again, because often when we talk about diversity and we talk about these type of issues, a lot of it, we raise awareness, we talk about, there's advocacy, and sometimes I just find there's a lot of blah blah towards these issues, and you've actually come here and really from a real empirical perspective, providing good research, providing good findings and solutions, and really it provides us the opportunity to be guided in terms of the type of actions that we should be promoting in policy. So thank you so much. It's continued success, and Ruby, way to go. This is awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin, and for your support. And I do want to state that this is to your point, there's never been data put out like this. So again, we like, for us to have the success that we want to sort of build, please use this and please engage us as much as possible. I'd love to ensure that you guys have success in terms of your goals as well too. But thank you to your support, Claire, Mayor Patrick Brown, and the City of Brampton. This couldn't have been possible without your support and continuous support. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Medeiros, and I do have Claire on the line. Claire?
Thank you. Good morning, Councillor, and thank you, Ruby, for coming to delegate. The purpose of doing this research was for economic development to be able to put a spotlight on a source of talent and skills that businesses may not be looking at. We hear daily from businesses about the shortage of talent. And this was really something that Ruby, John, and I spoke about as being able to flag for our businesses. I think that's really, really important to identify, and that certainly Economic Development Office will do some work with them on the grant that they have proposed and seeing how we might be able to advocate for it to become a reality and certainly introduce that to businesses when it does. So it was a great project for us to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. Next, recognize Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Hi, Ruby. Thank you so much for coming in. This is an excellent report, and John as well. There's many different aspects to unpack, and that's why I comment, I guess, are similar to Councillor Medeiros, is I hope that we are able to go back and really unpack this and see, especially here at the City of Brampton, how we can be better and more equitable and encourage members of the BIPOC community to stay and feel comfortable in their position. I was really hoping that the discussion item that I brought up about diversity, equity, inclusion was here because it's all kind of tied in. And so I really do hope that we're able to get our report back that we were supposed to be expecting from last year, as it relates in particular to Black employees. And so I really was struck by the page around, so many feel overlooked. And were you able to get any anecdotal feedback and some of the reasons why many women in the South Asian community end up leaving their position?
Yeah, so, and John, feel free in jumping in as well too. So I think it's not just South Asian women, it's BIPOC women, and I think Black women kind of came very nearly in second place in closing percentages. So again, like they're sort of bred to put their head down, work hard. There's that minority moral sort of facet there. Like, they're just thought as, they're educated, and if they want to move up in corporate Canada, like, they don't know how to kind of raise their voice, so to speak. There are also things like time starved. So like some of them are in sandwich generation where they have young kids and elderly that they're taking care of. And so they don't have those opportunities to network and mentor and get those sponsorship. And then a lot of them don't know where to go and how to ask. So there are a lot of data. This report was over 200, almost like close to 150 pages. So we did take a lot more deeper dive into that, and that's why we came up with a talent action plan, which was deliberate in a timely fashion. And we needed to have corporate Canada understand that they need not only sponsors and mentors, but they need coaches, and they need that in a timely fashion because they're educated, they have the skill sets, they're overqualified many times, but they're overlooked, and that sort of kind of is like the overarching theme. So again, every company has a unique, they're in a unique journey and a unique spot, but what we've seen and what we've seen from our board of directors who worked in different companies and seen work is a deliberate focus in a short period of time with support.
And if I could add to that, some of the things we found particularly were things like, I'd sooner quit than wait for empty promises, to come to fruition. I've altered my career path due to systemic barriers. So having an effective D&I program, while it's important for obviously the Black community, it's really important that the systems we put in place are able to track not only women and men and Black, but also the different subsets, women who are of different cultures. So we have systems in place to make sure we're tracking those variables. The success for my career continues to elude me. So, part of it again is the journey, how they come into the country. A lot of South Asians and Filipinos come in having done university back home, and they come in doing a college degree, often as opposed to other communities that do the university in Canada. And that continues to impose a barrier as they advance in their careers. It's a very rich read. I encourage you to read it once it's available in March.
Yeah, and I appreciate you giving me some like real anecdotal like comments from people, and you know, that 150-page report is not a threat to me. I would love to read it. You know, because I think it's important to touch on that. You know, a number I don't know because from the whole perspective, but from the Black experience, many women are afraid to leave their job. They're afraid to give up that spot because they do need to keep working to feed their families and you know, be employed. So I find that a lot of Black women will stay in the position and still feel completely overwhelmed and frustrated with the barriers that are in place. And so I really would love to have us unpack this more. I'm glad Michelle is going to be looking into it. And then also, I wonder if there are pieces to talk about the accountability measures, because I find we have such a gatekeeper effect in this world with regards to our systems. We might have systems that are set up to do the right things. However, there are people in these positions that might not have or respect the skills and the work that women are coming into the workforce with, and not giving opportunities to them. So those gatekeepers, how do we identify them, and how do we hold them accountable in order for the system that is supposed to be set up to help everybody be successful? You know, actually work.
Councillor Williams, that's an excellent plan. I can share something that TD Bank did, is that they held their senior executives' pay to deny and talent recruitment and how their departments look like. And then they also made a public announcement in their shareholder report in terms of what their goals were for 2025.
That's excellent. And you see, that's a real hard step that they made to actually hold gatekeepers accountable. And so it's a roadmap for what other organizations need to do to make sure those gatekeepers are being weeded out and you know, redirected, and also getting the education to understand where their biases are that's preventing them from opening the doors. So this is an excellent report. I really hope our staff are able to bring back the other review. That's what I wanted to do with my item, is to request that report to come back so we can have a good look at it. And then also I appreciate, again, Michelle being able to take this back and see how we can, you know, what steps we need to take. And if you have the link to that TD report, that would be great to see. Thank you so much again.
Absolutely. And if you want us to walk you through it separately, Councillor Williams, we're happy to do so.
I actually would appreciate that. Thank you so much, Ruby and John. Take care. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, and through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to say thank you for coming to present these statistics and for this delegation and various ideas today. As the first Filipino elected to Brampton Council and also at the region of Peel, I have to say that it resonates with me when you specifically reference the growing Filipino community in the region and in Brampton. And on a personal story, like, I know based on the Filipino community, my family, my friends growing up, that the Filipino community is one of the most highly educated that's coming into Canada and into Peel region, and it is still very difficult for us to get jobs that are equivalent to the qualifications that we have. And so I really appreciate the information that you have shared. I would love, if you can, I would love to organize having Pink Attitude and this presentation shared with the Filipino community in some form or fashion, and happy to organize that. But I think part of our movement is to make folks aware of the statistics that exist, because in the Filipino community, and I'll share this presentation with folks as well, they don't see the power in the numbers that we have right now, because quite frankly, many of us are just too busy working and don't take the time. So I thank you very much for coming in, and it means a lot, and having those statistics and seeing those statistics today.
Marina, or Councillor Santanos, thank you so much for that. We're actually working with the Filipino community and from TD and an executive, and I'm actually meeting with them next week. I'm happy to engage you in a conversation together. He's a big advocate of Filipinos at TD and is now also going to be a sponsor. So through that community, we are looking to garner the Filipino support on that Canadian Experience Gap Grant. So I would happily take this conversation offline.
I would really like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, Ruby and John. And I have a motion moved by Councillor Medeiros to receive the delegation. All in favor, any opposed? And so that carries. Next committee, we have item 6.3. We have a number of delegations regarding the Center for Community Energy Transformation, CCET. We also have staff presentation item 8.2.1, a staff report 8.2.2, and related correspondence 8.4.1, which we will bring forward and deal with at the same time. But first we'll go to our staff presentation through Michael Hoy, the Supervisor of Environmental Planning from Public Works and Engineering. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you. There it is. Thank you very much. Good morning, members of committee, chair, and Mr. Mayor. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you the Center for Community Energy Transformation. This is a project that staff, community members, and partners have been working on for the last 2 years. This collective effort has led to today's recommendation to establish a nonprofit organization that will be a public-private facilitator for local energy actions. It will position Brampton and the region in the vanguard of suburban sustainability and climate change action. Next slide, please. The idea for Ccet has been around since 2018 with Council's approval of the 2040 vision. The first catalytic action in that plan called for the creation of a public-private facilitator for local environmental progress. In early 2019, a group of dedicated residents delegated to Council and presented a white paper recommended the establishment of an Institute for Sustainable Brampton. As a result of that delegation, Council directed staff to report back on a recommended approach to establishing the ISB. In September of 2020, Council approved staff's recommendation to redefine the Institute for Sustainable Brampton to Center for Community Energy Transformation, an action-oriented nonprofit arm's-length organization focused on convening partners and implementing municipal planning priorities. Subsequent to that approval, staff have worked with a project team with members from Peel Region, Mississauga, Caledon, and Sharon College, and a community advisory task force of 15 members from a broad spectrum of Brampton's community, including Councillor Willens, who is our champion from Council. And this task force and project team was tasked with building the foundation necessary for Ccet to become a nonprofit organization. So the last 2 years we've been working, and we're here today to provide you with a recommendation. Next slide, please. So why establish Ccet? To address the climate emergency that Council declared in 2019. 2015, 192 countries across the world approved the 2015 Paris Agreement that pledged to strive to keep global warming to 1.5 degrees. In 2021, 192 countries agreed to a series of measures that would keep global warming below 2.4 degrees by 2050. So we still have a lot of work to do, but implicit in these pledges is to contain climate change and global warming is a recognition of urgent need for substantial transformative changes in the way the world powers itself. This means municipalities who are at the front lines of climate change need to find innovative, proactive ways to embrace and facilitate current energy transformation that is going across the globe. This energy transformation or transition involves moving towards low carbon energy solutions, generating more local energy, and achieving higher efficiency standards in our buildings and our transportation network. Proactively embracing this energy transition is an opportunity for Brampton to create local jobs, create energy savings for residents and businesses, and cleaner air. But to address this energy transition is a major challenge and goes beyond individual actions, and it goes beyond what municipalities can do. It requires collective action from all sectors of society. It requires collaboration and it requires investment in new ways of doing things. Next slide. The Community Energy and Emissions Reduction Plan was approved by Council in 2020, and it has very ambitious GHG reduction targets, and in response to and provides a plan for how the city would address this current energy transition. The approved plan outlines dozens of actions and key priorities, including the establishment of home retrofit program, updating the official plan policies to address climate change, and the transportation master plan to look at low carbon and sustainable transportation modes, and to establish a series of district energy nodes across the city. The city is moving forward on many of these actions and priorities, including the recently adding electric buses to the city's fleet, the electric fire truck first in Canada, the development of a sustainable fleet strategy that was approved today by council, and the current update of the official plan. However, energy planning is a very new responsibility for municipalities, and there are many very important and catalytic actions that need to be undertaken that are beyond municipal resources and skills. For this reason, CERP, that we call the Community Energy Plan, recommended the creation of a community-based organization to help the city implement its climate change actions. Next slide, please. Well, what is Ccet? So, staff in the Community Task Force are recommending that the Center for Community Energy Transformation be a community organization, nonprofit, that proactively responds to the current energy transition by seeking collective energy solutions to help the residents and businesses contribute to reaching Brampton's ambitious climate change targets. We see Ccet's role in the energy transition as helping the city deliver a comprehensive home retrofit program that is currently designing in partnership with the cities of Mississauga and Caledon. We see Ccet focusing on facilitating the establishment of district energy nodes in the city. Currently city staff are working with landowners in Heritage Heights and Uptown to an opportunity to establish district energy within those development areas. And then Ccet would partner with other nonprofit organizations, such as Partners in Project Green, to facilitate energy efficiency opportunities in commercial and industrial sectors. A collective climate emergency requires collective solutions and actions. Ccet represents one step towards realizing Brampton's sustainable suburban transformation. Next slide. What are the benefits for establishing Ccet? For Brampton, Ccet would represent taking catalytic transformative actions to address the climate emergency through establishing this comprehensive and delivering this comprehensive home retrofit program and establishing low carbon district energy nodes. It would bring the 2040 vision to life by implementing this first key action, which is to establish a public-private organization focused on inclusive suburban energy transformation. It's about spending for success and making smart and proactive investments that will bring economic, social, and environmental benefits to residents and businesses, including savings on energy bills, local jobs, energy stability, and reduced energy poverty, as well as cleaner air. Ccet also represents maximizing collaborations and partnerships because the municipalities can't do everything. To meet the climate change emergency requires collective actions of the entire community. Finally, Ccet bridges local energy skills and resources gaps that currently exist in the municipality and in most cities across the GTA by providing energy services that are essential for residents and businesses and municipalities to proactively deal with this energy transformation that we're in. Next slide. Now I've outlined what Ccet can do. I'm going to present to you what staff and the Community Advisory Task Force have done over the last 8 months and are recommending for your approval. The Community Task Force report, which is attached to the staff's report, outlines the process, framework, and resources needed to get Ccet up and running. Based on this work and insight from similar nonprofit organizations in the GTA, the advisory task force and staff are recommending the following governance framework for Ccet. The establishment of skills-based volunteer governance board with 8 members. This governance board will be responsible for the strategic oversight of the organization. We're also recommending the establishment of a stakeholder advisory committee that would report to the board of directors and provide strategic advice. And representatives may be from municipalities, businesses, utilities, developers, and homeowners. We're also recommending the recruitment and hiring of 5 staff members, concentrating on 2 energy priorities, the home retrofit program and district energy. Focus in 2022 will be on hiring an executive director and 2 program leads to lead those priorities. We recognize this is a very ambitious organizational framework, but we are tasking Ccet with a very ambitious goals. Ccet and the project team are confident this recommended governance structure will position Ccet to be successful. Next slide. With this recommended governance structure requires a stable funding and partnership plan. To be successful and to demonstrate meaningful change, Ccet will require annually $1 million in funding over the next 5 years. To achieve this level of funding, the Community Task Force and the staff are recommending that Ccet expand its scope and become a regional energy service provider. This is just in order to provide enough resources to reach that $1 million operating cost. We're also recommending that this is a phased approach to funding. The startup phase will depend on Brampton and Regional Appeal grant funding that will facilitate the development or recruitment of an executive director and 2 program leads. In the subsequent years, 2023 to 2026, the city and municipal partners will enter service level agreements with Ccet to deliver the home retrofit program and to facilitate the establishment of district energy nodes. So we were talking about municipal partners, we're talking about Mississauga, Caledon, and the Region Appeal. But we're also recognizing there's other opportunities for Ccet to generate funding, and that is through federal and provincial programs, which really, as we did our research, really closely aligned with the priorities that we have assigned to Ccet, as you see in this chart. Also looking at opportunities to charge energy service fees to clients to provide advice or liaison with different partners within the community. And then there's also opportunity to generate sponsorship contributions from the community and other business sectors. We believe that this collaborative approach to design Ccet helped secure the endorsement of the Peel Climate Change Partnership, whose letter is attached to staff's recommendation report. Next slide. This is a pretty ambitious work plan for the next year, but if approved by Council, Ccet is ready to be established quickly and begin working on those 2 priority projects. In the next 2 months, if approved by Council, the project team will work with the Ccet Transitional Board to file for nonprofit status and recruit permanent board members. The permanent board will then begin the process of recruiting the executive director, who will then be charged with developing a business plan and recruiting program leads. Q2, the Community Stakeholder Committee will be established with members recruited from various sectors in the community, including the government, utilities, businesses, homeowners, and nonprofits. And in Q3 2022, Brampton and Ccet will develop and finalize a service level agreement that outlines the energy services that Ccet will provide the city in return for funding. And hopefully by the close of 2022, our regional partners, Mississauga, Caledon, and the region, will be in a position to enter further their own service level agreements with Ccet. We're in an all hands on deck moment in relation to the climate emergency, and it requires municipal partners in all sectors of the community to work together and to facilitate this energy transformation and achieve our climate goals. Ccet can be the hub to bring the community together. This regional approach to Ccet will ensure that there's enough funding and resources to tackle this transformative, to tackle the transformative programs that they've been tasked with. But building on this foundation that Brampton has built, Ccet can amplify our collective local and regional climate actions. Next slide. So here are the recommendations that are in staff's report. Basically, we're asking the city to grant $300,000 to Ccet in 2022 from existing capital budget. We're asking the city to commit to establish a service level agreement with Ccet to deliver energy planning services in Brampton. We're asking for support to commence formal discussions with the Region of Peel to secure grant in 2022 to start up Ccet. And we're asking for support for Ccet to work with the municipal partners in Mississauga and Caledon to develop their own municipal service level agreements with Ccet. We feel that the endorsement of these recommendations will set the stage for establishing Ccet as a nonprofit organization focused on providing regional energy services to a community, making it easier for all sectors of Brampton and across the region to work together to rapidly advance meaningful climate action and to address our climate emergency. Next slide. Before I finish, I just want to say thanks, my serious thanks to our community task force. These 15 members volunteered their time over the last year to provide input to help design the governance structure and the funding and partnership plan for this Ccet organization. Without their guidance and support and advice, I wouldn't be here presenting to you. So thank you very much to the community task force.
Thank you very much, Michael. Committee, we will now hear from our registered delegations. I will ask the clerk to introduce our various delegations this morning. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were 11 delegation requests. 10 are present this morning. The first delegation is from Herbie Sinnock, Sustainability Director, Sheridan College. Herbert, you're present and you can proceed to address the committee. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Councillors, Mayor Brown. It's my pleasure this morning to appear before you to encourage your support for these next crucial steps for the Center for Community Energy Transformation. I think back to November 2017 when a whole bunch of us, citizens and staff, met at City Hall on the weekend to discuss and refine ideas and themes for what would later emerge as Brampton 2040 Vision, Living the Mosaic. You know, there was a palpable sense in the room that we were building the future of Brampton. People were expressing their ideas and aspirations. They were linking them to neighborhood maps and sketches. And at that particular point in time, the team and I were working our way through the community energy and emissions baseline. As I eavesdropped on the various clusters, I was hearing a desire for Brampton to become a massively sustainable city. I heard ideas that would become crucial content of the community energy and emissions reduction plan. Ideas like a reinvented shopper's world and uptown that would play a significant role in drawing down the city's energy intensity while accommodating growth in really exciting new neighborhoods. By the time this council took the bold and crucially important step of declaring a climate emergency, we'd already really sized up this incredible task ahead of us. And in each community, the resounding sentiment is the same. We need to fundamentally change what we're doing to ensure the future of our communities, the generations to come, our children and grandchildren. And so when the goal is to avoid falling into business as usual planning processes that end up justifying more and more of the same thinking, it really becomes imperative to get serious about how we plan and implement. And the first thing this really means is being brutally specific about what you're going to do, why, and for what impact. Let's call it planning for successful implementation. Canada and the US have hundreds upon hundreds of community energy plans that read like a wish list. New net zero communities, beefed up standards for new builds, electrify all the vehicles, put renewables everywhere. It's wonderful stuff, all of it. But lacking real specifics, these plans don't make anybody accountable for that change. They don't define targets that have to be met. And as a result, they eventually end up gathering dust on the shelf. Brampton's plan does clarify all of these points. And I was really proud of this community and this council when that plan brought your unanimous endorsement in 2020. So the next thing we've got to unpack is how do you implement a great plan? Again, this council has had the foresight to endorse a key notion that community-oriented sustainability and energy results should be created and should be driven by a community-led organization. And the numbers I shared in my delegation to you around that climate emergency show really just how much opportunity we have to be better and to highlight the need for significant changes in very short timeframes. And that's the challenge we're facing right here, right now, today, is that we've got to transform major systems of our community at scale and rapidly. And we're at the point where rubber hits the road. What appeared in Vision 2040 as this idea of an Institute for Sustainable Brampton has now been honed and vetted by Brampton citizens and businesses through hundreds of volunteer hours. Staff have been there every step of the way, helping guide the process. Region of Appeal, staff from the city of Mississauga and the town of Caledon are excited about what's happening here. They're standing alongside you. Sheridan is here, standing alongside you. The reasons are clear and simple. Brampton is stepping up with bold action. Your neighbors see all of the same challenges. They recognize that bold action taken collectively leads to greater chance of success and greater positive impact. So it's no longer solely on your shoulders. The community and the world is coming to your side. For example, right now, cities of Brampton, Mississauga, town of Caledon are collaborating on the design of a comprehensive home energy retrofit program. This is a key element of that community energy and emissions reduction program. You collectively and individually have created the platform for this conversation to happen. And so we come to the crux of today's conversation. We've spent the last 5 years clarifying and defining the need. We've developed plans and pathways. We've gathered our allies. Our center, the community-led, community-driven enterprise that's our vehicle for implementation, will need the best executive director it can attract, and it will need a stellar board. Yes, the other pieces I mentioned are important, but consider, in the absence of a leader that can pull together the various sectors of community, generate compelling business cases, attract crucial investment and partners, and continue to build the community's awareness, understanding, and education about the future creating, we'd have all of the supporting players around the enterprise, tons of great plans, nobody to drive it. It's a bit like having a bus without an engine, or in our case, an electric motor, right? So council's continued strong support is most critical at this point, where we need you to signal the intention to move into action by supporting staff's recommendation. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Herbert. Our next delegation is Sam DeCaria, Vice President, I Squared Developments. Sam, you have up to 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Hey, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Particular thank you to Councillor Whelans, who invited myself to delegate this morning. So, as indicated, I Squared Developments is our company that's building a 3-phase development on Steeles Avenue west of Highway 10. Phase 1 was 109 towns that were occupied a couple of years ago. Phase 2, what we're currently working on, is a 21-story, 290-unit apartment condo building that includes a geothermal system. And for those, so consistent with the prior speakers on this topic, we're trying to do our part in a small way with regard to sustainability. We believe geothermal is a very progressive way to do so. And it's a definite green alternative to traditional ways of heating and cooling buildings. Very simple, actually. But I'll get into some of the benefits to begin with. So it's essentially free energy from the ground. I'll explain that a little bit later. It's clean, natural, and unlimited. As discussed previously, particularly by Michael Hoy, to reduce the carbon footprint is pretty pervasive understanding globally, and geothermal definitely does that. So no fossil fuels and very limited water consumption and no chemicals. So it results in about a 30% cost saving when compared to a conventionally heated and cooled building. We call it Stella, meaning phase 2, the 21-story building. So we've drilled 84 boreholes, about 650 feet vertically into the ground below the lowest parking level. There's a 4-level parking garage there. And below that, we have these geothermal boreholes. And a reference to free energy from the ground. So what it is, it's based on the fundamental understanding that about 2.5 meters below the surface of the Earth, about 8 feet below the surface of the Earth, the temperature of the Earth is a constant temperature of between 11 to 13 degrees centigrade, 55 degrees or so Fahrenheit. And so we take advantage of that, a fact, to heat and cool buildings. And so the way we do it is in the geothermal system is designed such that it collects heat from the building in the summer months, takes that heat and dumps it into the bore field where what they are is treated water inside the geothermal boreholes. The heat is dissipated into the earth and in return brings cooling back into the building, and in the winter it reverses that process. Heat is collected from the ground and brought into the building and used to heat and cool. We pair it up with Mitsubishi VRF system, a variable refrigerant flow system. We've done this successfully in the city of Kitchener about 5 years ago, where we're heating and cooling about 190 apartment condo units. And the VRF system, what it does is before it draws any energy from the bore field, it first balances the floor. So what I mean by that, even on cold summer days, you'll recognize on south elevations there can be units, in our case apartment condo units, that have excess heat, and so that heat is first transferred to the north side of the building where they require heating, and before it draws any energy from the bore field. And so we believe that this is a very simple way to make a difference for the reasons that I indicated. Very simple, a definite energy savings, and takes advantage of the natural existence of this consistent temperature in the earth. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. The next registered delegate was Indra Maharajan, and Indra couldn't make it this morning, so we'll move on to Pam Banks, Executive Director of Altitude Accelerator. Welcome, Pam. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
We can, Pam. You can proceed.
Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present and share our support of CCET's proposal to Council. I'm Pam Banks, and I'm the Executive Director of Altitude Accelerator. Altitude Accelerator, formerly known as the RIC Center, is here in the Brampton Innovation District, and we support tech-based entrepreneurs. So we work with those leaders that have ideas on how we transform communities, and we work with them to help them actually help their idea take flight and commercialize right here in Brampton. So we were introduced to the CCET through our collaboration with economic development, and we naturally were attracted to its sort of cause around sustainability. Altitude Accelerator actually has a specialization towards working with clean tech companies. We have worked with significant clean tech companies that have commercialized and gone public both on the Toronto Stock Exchange and the New York Stock Exchange, like Char Technologies as well as Li-Cycle. So we know and see the value of growing sustainable companies from an economic perspective. We also think that the whole focus on sustainability is a great opportunity for the city to really fully develop and leverage synergies with the innovation ecosystem that started right here. One of the things that Altitude Accelerator is doing is working very closely with an organization called Sustainable Development Technologies Canada. We are a seed accelerator, so we have been designated as a seed accelerator. There are approximately 20 or so accelerators within Ontario, and we have the capacity to work with early stage clean tech companies and nominate them for funding through a seed fund that allows them to validate their technology and prepare for commercialization. Brampton's platform through CCAT to be able to profile new technology both to homeowner residents as well as the commercial industry has a great opportunity to attract leading innovators to work here in the Brampton Innovation District to be able to have that connection with CCAT to actually profile their technology back out to the community. One of the most critical factors in helping launch a tech company is market traction. CCAT provides that connection to actually profile new technology. And having a partner that is forward thinking about sustainability and the ability to profile this back to the community not only offers value on the sustainability and climate change, but also from an economic perspective in drawing new companies to this community to work here with partners through the Innovation District to help make sure that their technology is validated both from a technical perspective and also from a business model perspective. And once those things are completed through working with Altitude Accelerator, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, we can actually pass those contacts back along to CCT for evaluation and to profile back out to the business community. So we think that this synergy between the organizations is cyclical and sustainable, and we believe that it is great for the growth of the community. So I fully support the report. I believe that the value and the concept of CCAT is going to have a positive impact on climate change, as well as a positive impact on the innovation ecosystem and growing and helping Brampton sort of be bold on the innovation world stage. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I'll pass it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Pam. Our next delegate is Trevor Boston, member of the Ccet Advisory Task Force. Trevor, please proceed. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mayor Brown, members of council. My name is Trevor Boston. I am a member of the Ccet Advisory Task Force and a previous member of the CEERP Advisory Task Force as well. In light of the current climate emergency, I would like to take this opportunity to communicate my support for the establishment of the Center for Community Energy Transformation. Ccet will help Brampton realize the tremendous benefits of transition toward more efficient energy use and away from our reliance on fossil fuels. Among the many benefits that will be realized as a result of Ccet collaboration with the City of Brampton include the creation of good and high-paying jobs for high-tech construction and skilled trades, in particular associated with the home retrofit program, the district energy systems. Brampton will become a center of excellence and a Canadian leader in energy efficiency and the transition towards renewables. Net cost savings on energy from residences and businesses will be realized. Retention of wealth within the community rather than leaving the community to external energy companies. The CEERP found that billions of dollars in potential retention in the community could be realized through adoption of this strategy. Improving air quality and reduction of health costs and reduction in mortality associated with combustion of fossil fuels is critical and will also result in significant savings to our community. And finally, assist Brampton to realize greenhouse gas emission reductions in line with national and international targets. I would like to strongly urge Council to approve the request to fund Ccet and work with the newly formed not-for-profit to help Brampton achieve its goals toward reducing energy use and greenhouse gas emissions. We thank you for your support.
Thank you, Trevor. The next delegate is David Mcgilvery, volunteer. David, welcome. You have up to 5 minutes. You can proceed.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please proceed, David.
Yeah, okay. So I was a volunteer on the Ccet Advisory Task Force, but I live in Brampton. I'm going to speak as a Brampton resident. I live Sandalwood and Kennedy. I live close to the Loafers Lake Rec Centre, and the house that I live in was built in 1974. A couple of things about this house is that the basement is incredibly cold. It's absolutely freezing. I'm sitting here now. Next thing is that the furnace broke down a couple of weeks ago, and I found out that the furnace is a mid-efficiency furnace, which apparently is 50% efficient. They're not sold anymore because everything now is high efficiency, which apparently is over 90%. So I'm retired, and obviously, if I want as much as possible to reduce any fixed costs that I've got. So I want to do something about this. So where do I go for advice? I guess I can go to Enbridge, but Enbridge are interested in giving me advice if they think I'm interested in buying something for them. Where do I go for impartial advice? Well, I think that's the gap that the Ccet organisation is going to fill. So that's why I think that the council should support and approve this Ccet motion, because it's a win for, I'm not saying that I represent Brampton residents, but I think I'm typical of a lot of Brampton residents. So I think it's a win for Brampton residents, but it's also a win in general for the environment. So I think it's a win-win all round. That's why I think you should support it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, David. The next delegate is David Lang, co-chair of the Ccet Advisory Task Force. Welcome, David. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Chair, and Mayor Brown, members of committee. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about the Ccet today, and happy World Wetland Day. Memory serves me properly. It was 3 years ago that I delegated to this council to request the city create an Institute for Sustainable Brampton, or ISB, as was called for in the 2040 Vision Plan. And thanks to Mayor Brown and council for supporting the suggestion, leading to where we are today, that being to request financial support for the creation of the Center for Community Energy Transformation, or Ccet. The Ccet represents a variation of the ISB, as Michael has already explained, but the concept is focused on creating solutions for the city's carbon-intensive energy systems, including district energy and ICI energy enhancements, but with particular focus on deep home energy retrofits. Now, implementing these solutions will play a major role in reducing community-based carbon emissions, but scale is essential for achieving the desired results. For instance, meeting Brampton's energy targets means retrofitting some 25,000 homes per year between now and 2050. And doing that will require financing, energy auditors, contractors, and technology suppliers in quantities larger than currently exist today. The Ccet plan is ambitious but realistic. Answers to many of the complex problems have already been generated in places like Scandinavia and Western Europe, and are being adapted for the North American market. There is already evidence of growing demand in Canada. For instance, the federal Greener Homes grant has received over 180,000 applications to date. In addition, municipalities such as Edmonton and Toronto have already implemented residential energy retrofit programs, and Kingston is teaming with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to implement their program that uses local improvement charge financing. So that said, important challenges remain. For instance, creating local scalability and developing programs that will manage consumer risk and ensure long-term market demand. Now, these challenges are, as Michael has already explained, too big for one municipality to tackle on its own. And that's why the Ccet mandate was broadened to include all of Peel Region. The Ccet is the organization that can expedite marketplace growth, focus technologies, enhance resources, streamline processes, and customize solutions, all while minimizing consumer risk and making it attractive for Peel residents and businesses to make the changes necessary to reduce emissions at the required scale. Now, it's been a privilege for me to have been part of the advisory task force, working with some very, very smart people and knowledgeable, those in industry, government, and higher education institutions. Time won't allow mentioning all those that have contributed to the production of this report. Many people provided innovative contributions and insights on both the technical and administrative aspects, including the volunteers, staff, consultants, and core teams working on this project. I do want to highlight Councillor Willens, who, with the help of Herb Simic, helped envisage the Community Energy and Emissions Reduction Program, forming a foundation pillar on which the Ccet concept would be based. Councillor Willens has been a consistent cheerleader for both the CERP and the Ccet, and helped shepherd the Ccet project through the political process. He also facilitated educational discussions with people who have done similar work in Europe, including Ms. Marjane Louise from the Netherlands Office of the Consul General, who is the next delegate to speak. Special thanks to Michael Hoy, who was very effective at leading this project, and who, with both tact and humor, herded the committee participants and managed to weave the sometimes opposing and oft-times disjointed comments and opinions into a cohesive and comprehensive report. Thank you, Michael. Michael said that this was the most intense community engagement process he has ever been involved with, and I appreciate his patience and care in producing a quality product. Of course, it was all compounded by the challenges of virtual meetings. When implemented correctly, and I am confident it will be, the Ccet will be responsible for many spin-off benefits, including economic and reputational, that will accrue to the city, as Pam already has identified. So I ask you to endorse this report, provide the funding necessary to start the Ccet, and let's get started. Thank you.
Thank you, David. The next delegate is Marjane Louise, who's Senior Advisor, Economic Affairs, Consulate General of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Welcome, Marjane. You have up to 5 minutes to address the committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mayor Brown, and members of council. My name is Marjane Louise, and I work as a Senior Advisor, Economic Affairs at the Consulate General of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Toronto. The Consulate would like to thank the City of Brampton for the invite and opportunity to offer some remarks in the context of the city's efforts, spearheaded by the Centre for Community Energy Transformation, that lead to the transition to a more efficient as well as sustainable energy system. The Consulate recognizes that the Ccet initiative is an important path to take in addressing the climate emergency, and that in doing so, developing productive collaborations and partnerships to deliver priority energy projects is key. That is why in 2018, we joined the city's Riverwalk project discussions and have been recently involved in meetings with Councillor Willens and the working group to discuss practical aspects of the energy retrofit program. The Netherlands, as one of the world's leaders in circular economy initiatives, including renewable energy, has developed a range of similar initiatives and gathered some important data as well as lessons learned. Taking these experiences into account, we can contribute to the Ccet by focusing on the synergies between energy efficiency reduction, the housing strategy, and other sustainable and social initiatives by the City of Brampton, and circularity as practiced in the Netherlands. During the council meeting on May 10, 2021, the consulate in support of the City of Brampton housing strategy presented a vision on how a circular pilot project could contribute to the need for sustainable and affordable housing. As a result of that meeting and presentation, the City of Brampton is participating in the Dutch-Canadian Circular Alliance, the CCA, initiative with partners both in Canada and the Netherlands. This initiative aims to accelerate practical implementations of sustainable and circular principles in the built environment through knowledge and information sharing, and very important, concrete pilot and demonstration projects. In support of the Ccet's efforts, we look forward to continue being involved by providing insights, and we wish the City of Brampton success in moving forward with this important initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marianne. The next delegation is from Devya Aurora, member of the CCET Advisory Task Force. Welcome, Devya. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Morning, Council. My name is Devya. Some of you may recognize me because we've had the chance to connect in the past through either one or more of my positions, but today I'll be speaking as someone who is a young, concerned Brampton resident and Ccet's Advisory Task Force member to request you to approve your staff's Ccet report. I was a panelist at the Institute for Sustainable Brampton, or ISB, stakeholder workshop back in 2019 and have been aware of the vague conception of Ccet back then and been a part of its evolution since for it to be what it is today. So I can confidently say that I truly believe in Ccet's vision and mission, support the idea, and urge you to do the same. It's not a little known fact, but our communities are currently in a climate crisis and heading towards more severe, more frequent climate disasters. Our city has been relatively well off in comparison to our neighbors out west or in other parts of the world, but there's no guarantee that we won't be affected, and we can't afford to wait until the effects are bad enough for us to take action then, because it'll simply be too late. Ccet is Brampton's proactive plan to mitigate the more severe, more frequent effects of the climate crisis by playing a part in drawing down emissions to 30% by 2030, 50% by 2040, and be on a pathway for 80% reductions by 2050. And these numbers are steep and time is limited, and currently action is not promising. So having Ccet would strengthen Brampton's overall commitment while encouraging community participation as our city evolves to adopt a sustainable model in the way we live, work, and play here. And I ask you to not only think about the big traumatic climate disasters such as flooding that the city will be more prone to in the future, but also the smaller everyday stressors, especially for the vulnerable and future populations that will continue to take its toll on the quality of life experienced by Brampton's residents, whether it's through increasing costs of heating their homes or fueling their cars, or experiencing heart-wrenching eco-anxiety, or feeling afraid of this transition because of a lack of information, consultation, and reassurance. Brampton is a highly diverse place, which is why the way that we transition requires intentional focus to connect with folks from all walks of life here in our city and bring them into the change, which Ccet has the ability to do by working with these various populations and community groups and stakeholders in a meaningful, collaborative way to achieve collective actions. Lastly, I would again like to highlight the request for the funding that was put before you by staff today, specifically the $300,000 grant from the city. Regardless of discussions had here at Council about climate emergencies, low carbon mobility, active transportation, equity or EDI, or various other environmental ambitions. Unfortunately, the way for me as a resident to truly gauge how committed my council is to taking action is by taking into account the funding that is being promised to climate change mitigation, and working as an advisory task force member for a year and being deeply involved in Brampton's environmental movement over the past couple of years. I'd like to highlight again the importance of transitioning our city, and the way to do so is Ccet. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Devya. Our next delegation is Joan Berger, Director, New Business Development, A. Berger Precision Limited. Welcome, Joan. You have up to 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Brown, members of council and staff. My name is Joan Berger, and I serve as the Director of New Business at A. Berger Precision Limited. A. Berger is a local business, and for over 40 years, our Canadian headquarters have been located in the city of Brampton. We are a family-owned and operated high-precision metal manufacturing company, supplying Tier 1 automotive companies with parts in both combustion and electric vehicles. Over 35 nationalities are represented by our 140 employees, and we take great pride in offering them stable and challenging employment. A. Berger was founded by my father-in-law, Alois Berger, over 65 years ago in Germany, and several of his grandchildren are now actively involved in the daily activities of the business. We are in it for the long game, understanding that our actions today will impact our successes in the years to come. Our Brampton workforce is an extension of the Berger family, and as such, they also share this mentality. Our average employee tenure is 13 years, and we have several valued employees that have been a part of our family for over 30 years. We often have the children of our employees joining our workforce when they are grown adults. It is our responsibility as their employer to ensure the business is viable for the long term. Stable, meaningful employment, especially to immigrant families, is important not only for livelihoods, mental health, and raising families, but it also contributes to the local economy. When we have our board meetings, an exercise we often do is that we ask ourselves, how will the company evolve in the first 100 years of its life? And how will that be reflected on how we want our lives to be at that age? How will we be living? And what standards do we wish to uphold? Dreaming about retirement is always encouraged, but perhaps the takeaway from this exercise lies in the understanding that in order for us to achieve certain professional milestones, we must actively make a series of decisions today that will ultimately lead us there. It does not happen overnight. The Ccet is important because it allows our fellow businesses to engage in continuous dialogue and actions. It will help guide us through these necessary changes. Our German roots have led us to make more environmentally sound choices through the years. We have been exposed to technology and processes that are common practice in Germany, and as a philosophy, we have chosen to push ourselves towards a zero carbon footprint at our Brampton facility. While we may have had the benefit of understanding the urgency behind lowering emissions, it is not common for all manufacturing businesses to have access to these practices. Often, decisions made behind closed doors do not face public scrutiny, and companies often find themselves making long-term sacrifices for short-term financial gains. Ccet is important because it will serve as a resource to help companies make better educated decisions, take the burden from individual businesses by providing experts, acting as a hub of information and know-how, but perhaps most importantly, remove the costly bureaucracy that is often involved when a private enterprise tries to implement green initiatives. And there really is an opportunity here. When I shared with our other Berger facilities located in Germany, Poland, China, and the US, that the city of Brampton had started the Ccet initiative, it was surprising. I was surprised to find that none of the other communities that our plants are located in had done anything similar. There is a lack of local support to help businesses reach global carbon reduction targets. I commend the City of Brampton in leading by example and proactively setting the stage for the business community. In closing, I wanted to ask that you, as decision makers for the City of Brampton, lead the charge in ensuring that we consider the entire process, from start to finish, as it pertains to investing in green initiatives. Though there is the temptation to purchase a cheaper solar cell made in China, we lose our global net emissions savings when we consider the carbon costs in transporting them for use in Canada. When we procure tools to help us achieve our zero carbon footprint in Brampton, consider whether or not it is coming as a result of us causing an increase in carbon usage from a coal-powered factory elsewhere in the world. Your support and financial commitment for Ccet will facilitate businesses like Berger to successfully play their role in achieving emission targets, all while contributing to the local economy. I thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you, Joan. Our last delegation is Julius Lindsay, Director, Sustainable Communities, the David Suzuki Foundation. Welcome, Julius. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, thank you to Council and the Mayor for having me here today. As it was said, I'm Julius Lindsay, and I'm the Director of Sustainable Communities at the David Suzuki Foundation. I've been with the foundation for about 3 months, so I'm somewhat new, and I will give a little bit introduction about myself. I actually have deep roots in Brampton. I grew up in Brampton, and I lived there for most of my life, and my wife is actually from Brampton as well. My mother still lives in the house that I grew up in. I also worked for both the city of Mississauga and the city of Richmond Hill prior to being with the with the David Suzuki Foundation, and I led the development of both of those cities' climate change plans. So I'm very familiar with the climate action in Peel region, the work of the climate change partnership that's happening across all of the municipalities, and the things that led up to the development of the Ccet and where you are today. And so I don't think I need to say that I'm here to speak in support of Ccet and in support of council approving this report today. And one of the things that I wanted to cover that's a little bit different than what everybody else said is that, you know, building these types of arm's length agencies and nonprofits that lead climate action is really emerging as a best practice within cities. My team at the David Suzuki Foundation works in a number of cities across the country, helping to support climate action, including in Brampton and in Peel region, but also Regina and Edmonton and Vancouver and Montreal. And this is really emerging as a best practice among municipalities who want to take climate action. In particular, we're participating with the City of Montreal and the Montreal Climate Partnership, which has a very similar model and is helping to accelerate and bring together different actors within the city, including foundations and funding to take action on climate. And it's a really great way to get people and organizations involved. And in cities, as somebody who's worked in a city before, there's only so much staff and money that can go around. So really catalyzing that action in the community is really important. And I think another key reason to pro-Ccet, and especially with the priorities that have been outlined in terms of district energy and retrofits, is that throughout the world and throughout Canada, we've seen the success where the city has really taken a leadership position and has really pushed the envelope in terms of getting these solutions into the ground. And I've heard from many developers and many other organizations that they usually won't even consider participating if the city isn't there as a leader. And so your leadership is really crucial in terms of moving action in this space, and approving Ccet is a key way to show that leadership. And I know you're all very busy people, so I want to wrap up very quickly, but I did want to sort of come on camera and show that, I am a Black person, and, it is Black History Month, and, relevant to the conversation that was had just before this item about equity and employment and, some of the things that are going on in the world right now. I think that's a really important piece to build into the work that's happening here, and a really strong consideration for climate action going forward. And I really wanted to raise that as a point for consideration as Ccet gets going and is built out, that is taken into account, because Brampton is very diverse. There are many different people from many different places in the world, and there are many different people from many different socioeconomic and other types of backgrounds. And so making sure that these solutions work for all and can help us all move towards a low carbon resilient future is really important. And so that's all from me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Julius. And so members of committee, that completes our delegations. I'll go to my speakers list. I have Councillor Willens.
Yes, thank you through your chair. And before I speak to the delegations, I want to thank council for supporting the climate action in Brampton. It's very important that we've been unanimous on this issue. I want to thank council for realizing that climate change is real. It's not something that's far off in the distance, and it does affect us locally, not just other parts of the world. The simple facts, climate change. The climate is changing. We are responsible. The impacts are serious, and we do have to act now. I want to thank staff and the committee, the task force, for putting together the data and the many reports and the science to get us where we are. But I want to speak to council. Let's ignore the data. Let's ignore the science. All we have to do as a council is start talking. All we have to do is start the conversation, what we can all agree on, the values we share, understand who we are, what we care about, and how we inspire one another to fix the problems. Whether or not we accept it, climate connects everything we do, everything we care about, the health of our families, the economic strength of our communities, the stability of the world, and in fact, climate action can be more genuine to who we are than any inaction or denial would be. So I want to thank the delegates from all sectors of the community. You saw they not only are in our community, but outside our community, for coming in here today to emphasize the importance of our Ccet. I look forward to the staff report, the council supporting it. It's very important. This council has been very committed. So I just really wanted, in closing, you know, not just Brampton, but other municipalities, when you look around at, you know, the various budgets, I mean, it's kind of ironic that, you know, most municipalities will spend more on a single road than they will on their whole climate initiative. So I look forward to discussion moving forward, and thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to take the charge on this. It all started when we visited the Global Covenant of Mayors in Montreal. I touched base with a lot of people through that, and actually Denise Uris is from Oakville. She worked with Herb on the climate action plan in Oakville as well. So again, just thank you, everybody, and I look forward to unanimous support. And when the report does come forward, I'd like to have a recorded vote to show the community out there that this council does care about our climate initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I recognize Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Basante, and thank you to all the deputations and presentations. I want to start off by acknowledging Councillor Doug Willen's leadership on this file. Doug, it doesn't go without being noticed that whether it's the Global Covenant of Mayors, where you suggested that Brampton should be part of it, whether it is around this energy emissions reductions plan, you have thrown a passion into a topic that is really generational. And I do hope that all of council can support this so we can show there is a complete consensus around environmental sustainability in our community. I think we've done great work as a city on this council. You look at the electrified transit, you look at the work we're doing, and we're being role models for other communities. And it makes me proud of our council. You know, I think of Bill Davis, and everyone's probably sick of me quoting him, but I have to remind everyone he was the premier who created the Ministry of the Environment. He understood that we have an obligation to the next generation to pass on this beautiful land, and this is an opportunity here with what we're doing to honor that fiduciary obligation we have to the next generation. So, Councillor Willens, thank you for your leadership, and I'm wholeheartedly supporting the city of Brampton going down this path. We can be a green a city. We can be a city that is environmentally sustainable when it comes to emissions and energy. And I just want to thank all of council for their support of Councillor Willen's work on this front.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. And I would just remind committee members that we do have before us the staff report 8.2.2 and the correspondence 8.4.1. In my comments, I had mentioned report 8.2.1, but that has already been dealt with. So we are looking at 8.2.2 and 8.4.1. And my next speaker, Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to just echo the sentiment from Mayor Patrick Brown that he shared, and just extend thanks to the entire staff, the leadership team, the committee, as well as Councillor Willens in terms of taking a leadership role on the climate file. In when together with Councillor Willens, I brought forward the declaration of a climate emergency. These are some of the real steps that we were talking about, in addition to, our move on active transportation, the river walk, the way that we're looking at development and, zero emission buildings like the one at Susan Fennell Sports Complex, or next we're talking about micro-mobility, as well as the sustainable fleet strategy that we just talked about, the green awards, Councillor Willen's backyard garden program, and the energy efficiency reserve that we put in the budget. These are all tangible things that Brampton is leading the charge on when addressing a climate emergency. And certainly the Ccet, together with the work done in the community on this file, I'm so proud And thank you, Councillor Willens, for ongoingly taking that leadership role. I wholeheartedly endorse and support this, and happy to second or have a recorded vote to make sure that the message is loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Paleshi.
No, I didn't realize it was brought forward.
Very good.
That's all.
Thank you. So moving on to Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair Vicente. I would also like to thank Councillor Willens for his excellent work on this project. You know, it has come a very, very long way. I remember Doug and I meeting with Herb way back in last council, actually, on the community energy project at Sheridan, and it has just blossomed from there. And Councillor Willens has done a magnificent job. I'd also like to echo what David Lang had said, that you know, this is a great step, but you know, we do spend less on this type of initiative than we do on any single road, as Councillor Willens mentioned. So you know, going forward, I hope once we endorse this wholeheartedly, that in future budgets we can start upping the ante a little bit and really putting money where our mouths are for this type of initiative. So thank you very much, Councillor Willens. Happy to support this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowman. If Chair may just speak, I want to thank staff and members of Council for continuing to assist the city in working through this great task that we have before us. I just wanted to quickly comment because one of the delegates talked about the technology behind the geothermal heat pumps. And, you know, there's been a lot of advancements over the past 10 years in particular with respect to the efficiency of heat pumps, to the point where today it's even possible for existing homes to be fitted out with heat pumps that don't even need to have pipes dug into the ground. The heat can be pulled right out of the air, right down to a temperature of -30 degrees. It is possible to heat a home very efficiently without the need for consuming carbon fuel. So I think the future is bright, and looking forward to the output from this work that we are doing here today. And so I have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to receive the delegations, to receive the report and its recommendations, and Mr. Clerk, and the correspondence and staff report. And we have a request for a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk.
All members in favor of the motion, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Absolutely yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Singh. Councillor Singh.
Yes. Sorry, my computer froze.
Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon. I'll come back to you. Mayor Brown.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon.
Sorry, Peter. Yes.
Thank you. Chair Vicente. Yes. That motion carries unanimously 11-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I just want to canvass members of committee if we should continue going on with the next delegation. Hearing none opposed, so we'll move on to item 6.4, a delegation from Dr. Quinn Huyen, Vice Chair External, and Tanya Nguyen, Secretary General for Golden Age Village for the Elderly, regarding a request to waive development charges for GAVE Campus of Care project. Welcome, Dr. Huyen and Tanya.
And through you, Mr. Chair, just before we begin, there were 3 members that declared conflicts, so they will need to leave for this item. Councillor Bowman, Mayor Brown, and Councillor Medeiros.
The members are so note. Thank you very much.
So if I could ask one procedural question, should we step out or can we listen in?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the practice we've been following with remote meetings is to step out. Now, whether you step out and leave the WebEx session and rejoin, or just turn it on mute and leave the room, I'll leave that to you.
Okay, so I'm going to do that, but will we be notified when the item is complete?
What I can do is I can send an email to the 3 members, or and that's something I can do for your benefit for the next item.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Dr. Hien and Tanya, are you there?
Yes, hello, good morning.
You may proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good morning, members of City Council and City staff. Thank you very much for your time today. It is my pleasure to join you on behalf of the Golden Age Village for the Elderly. My name is Wynn. I'm the Vice Chair External on the board, and I'm joined by various members of my team, including Ms. Tanya Nguyen, our Secretary General, and Mr. Ed Starr from SHS Consulting, and our Project Manager. Next slide, please. As you may recall from previous encounters with GAVE representatives, we are a nonprofit charitable organization established to advocate for and to serve the growing seniors population in the GTA. Our dream is to build Tuihak Village, a smart, modern campus of continuum of care consisting of a long-term care facility, independent affordable seniors housing, and amenity spaces for community and intergenerational programming. Next slide, please. We are excited to update you on this project's status. With diligent supports from this very council and city staff, we have offers to lease executed. We have completed all licensing requirements for the Ministry of Long-Term Care, and final approval is pending. CMHC has provided C funding for the seniors apartment component of the village. Next slide, please. We have been working with City Planning Department, reviewing the preliminary concept plan drawings and confirming zoning. We had a pre-consultation meeting with David's team yesterday, and we're aiming for construction in late of this year. Next slide, please. This is the current proposed site plan that we're working on with IBI Group. At Queen and Academic, you'll see the seniors affordable apartment at that corner, and tucked to the side is the long-term care facility. In the center, anchoring the village, are amenity and cultural spaces. Next slide. We would like to draw Council's attention to some financial concerns. Since this project has commenced, there has been a sharp rise in construction costs, largely due to the pandemic-related supply chain disruption and shortages in the labor and material. Our pro forma budget shows a capital funding gap in excess of $4 million. And without further funding support, the city of Brampton may be at risk of losing up to $100 million in much needed beds and affordable housing supply. Next slide. Development charges are significant contributors to this project. Specifically, from the city of Brampton, these charges amount to an estimated $1.993 million for the affordable housing component and $1.131 million for the long-term care component. These expenses, both at the local and the regional level, could delineate the difference between a viable and an unsustainable project. Next slide. We are aware that the City of Brampton Affordable Housing Strategy from April of 2021 had recommended waiving development charges to help meet housing needs. We know that CMHC enhances and look favorable to this when municipality contributes to meeting project costs. And furthermore, the Brampton Central Area Community Improvement Plan provides for development charge incentives, and we ask to have access to such incentives as we border on the central area, and this project aims to address important city goals. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this project provides so many opportunities to do good, to provide homes, to enable quality care, to create jobs, foster families and communities, celebrate culture and diversity, incubate innovation and education. We ask that members of council that you continue to play a vital role in moving this project forward, and we are requesting your help to continue this journey with us to waive the development charges related to this project to bring this to reality. Next slide. Thank you. Tanya and I, along with our team, are always happy to connect and address any of your comments, questions, and concerns. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. So I do have speakers on my list. First, recognize Councillor Williams.
Hi, thank you so much, Doctor, for coming in and giving us the delegation. We know that our long-term health care system is definitely in need for beds. But as practice, I'm wondering if we could have this referred back to staff so they can come back with some guidelines and some reports. I'm fully supportive of seeing this facility being built. It's absolutely imperative to the long-term care for our residents. So I'm asking through the chair to have this referred to staff and come back to us to council.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, recognize Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nguyen. I appreciate the work that you're doing with respect to long-term care. And I would support the referral, but would add that the report come back to us in that referral to also include some consideration as well to the other long-term care organizations who've delegated to council, including, I believe, Holland Christian Homes is delegating as well. So the referral back to staff, but also in consideration with, Indus, who delegated, I believe, last week, as well as Holland Christian Homes and Guru Nanak. There are a lot of long-term care and affordable housing proposals that are coming to council, and I think it's important for us to consider all of them together. Thank you. Is that clear enough for staff in terms of the referral back to include the various other delegations and requests that have come to council?
Councillor, this is Nash. Yes, that's very clear.
Perfect. So I agree with Dave's presentation delegation with respect to the need for long-term care, the need for affordable housing. That being said, we've also had other organizations, including Indus Community Services, as well as Holland Christian Homes, Guru Nanak, also delegate to council. And I think that we can't necessarily, separate all of them. I think we need to take a look at what all the options are for all of those delegations and important ones that have come to council.
That's clear.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, Nash. Next, recognize Councillor Singh.
Thank you, and thank you for Councillor Williams for putting the referral on. For me, this project is really exciting. It's going to be transformative. But as counselors, we have to manage a wide variety of groups at long-term care homes. So I was the one to put the motion that we treat groups similarly and provide comparative assistance. So I know we have an agreement over land, and I just want to make sure that other groups didn't get land. So, the idea of my motion was to help them on their DCs. Now that we might potentially help a group on land and DCs. And given my motion, does that mean we will have to financially help certain projects? Staff will really have to dig down on that because, for me, all these projects are amazing. We got Guru Nanak, we got Indus, we got, the GAVE project. We also got Christian Holland Homes. That's a long-term care. And just because they applied 2 years earlier, they don't fall in this agreement. And I don't think that's fair. So, we have to look at the Christian Holland Homes too. I don't think the public is aware of a lot of what we have been doing. And I think, having a report comparing all the different initiatives, I think it's going to be important so council can make the best decision and most importantly, treat everybody in a similar fashion. So I hope we can incorporate Christian Holland Homes, and seeing that some of the requests for DC waivers is also for affordable housing. Me and Councillor Dillon also had Pastor Randy who came and asked for a waiver, and we didn't give it back 3 years ago. And I know if we get it here, well, I'm going to be getting a call from the Brentley Christian Fellowship, what's going on. So that comparison with that project is also important, because what is similar between all these projects. They're all nonprofits and charities for the most part. So we're going to need a comparison, and I think a report is good because we can have all that information in front of us, so we make the most equitable decisions for all the groups. And so I will be looking for not just to include the 2 other groups that got their licenses for long-term care, but also, and I'll discuss it a little bit when the item comes up, Christian Holland Homes should not be left out of this, especially because theirs is for a long-term care home as well. And also Pastor Randy, Bramley Christian Fellowship should also not be left out of this. If we're going to get into affordable housing, then we have to give it to both. So I hope, the message is clear. We need an equitable way forward. My initial thoughts, like I said, was, the 3 groups that came forward for long-term care homes, if they got land, then they wouldn't come for DCs. And if they didn't get land, then we could offer DCs. That was sort of the spirit behind my motion, but seems like we might be morphing into something else. So we're going to have to just make sure that nobody gets left out. So that would be my sort of direction to staff, and I'm more than happy to support the referral. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Recognize Councillor Santos.
Thank you. And on those comments, thank you through you, Chair, comments from Councillor Singh, I just want to clarify the referral motion, because the referral motion right now is just specific to development charge waiver requests. And I think what Councillor Singh had suggested was that we take a look at just the general broader supports that we have that have been asked of us on housing projects. So I would like to provide that clarification. So it would be including general consideration for similar development charge waiver and other requests for housing projects. Does that make it, does that sort of encapsulate, Councillor Singh, what you were trying to get to?
I think you can be specific to affordable housing projects, because the projects were affordable housing in particular, and I think that designation has certain criteria with it. Thank you.
Okay, so the amendment would be, or the referral would be, including general consideration for similar development charge waiver and other requests for affordable housing projects. I don't see the changes happening, so that's why I don't know, Mr. Clerk, if you could wordsmith that better than I have just now.
We're just, through you, Mr. Chair, we're just making those changes now.
Yeah, so it's not just similar development charge waiver requests, but it's also like other support requests, like, for land, etc. To Councillor Singh's point.
Can we also add a similar non-profit development? Because I think what ties everything together is they're all non-profits.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. For non-profit affordable housing projects, but we also need to include like the other support, others, because we should not just isolate it to development charge waiver requests.
Support, yeah. Okay. I'm good with that.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors, for providing that clarification. I see no further speakers on my board, so I have a motion moved by Councillor. Mr. Clerk.
Sorry, Mr. City Solicitor.
I believe the City Solicitor has a word.
Yeah, I was just going to ask a question that might assist staff, a question of clarification. The motion mentions affordable housing projects, but I believe some of these projects are beyond affordable housing and include long-term care facilities as well. Would the committee like to clarify the intent?
So right now with Gabe, there's other 2 long-term care homes. So definitely for other nonprofit affordable housing projects, but this report is particular to long-term care already, because Yeah, that's fine. Long-term care request for support. Okay. So we're looking at the nonprofit affordable housing and long-term care request for support. I'm good with that.
Thank you. And if I may, Mr. Chair, just for further clarification on the wording of the motion.
Yes?
I just remove or. So there's a charge waiver, comma, or for other, I just go straight into for other nonprofit affordable housing projects and other similar long-term care requests for support.
Thank you, Councillor. As you see it on the screen now, is that correct? I'll move on to Councillor Williams on the board. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Singh and Councillor Santos have been very vocal on the amendments. So just wondering if one of them would like to move the motion instead. I am happy to remove my name from the motion because they've added so many amendments that for equitable, a deeper dive, and which is a great I support. And so I'm wondering if they would like to support me.
Looking to Councillor Singh or Councillor Santos to move the motion.
Yeah, Councillor Williams, I mean, I think if you wanted to take the lead on it, then go ahead. I'm just happy to support your motion and make it a little bit more equitable for all the other groups also coming to council asking for similar things.
Thanks, you're very kind. But go ahead, Councillor Santos, you can move the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Santos, the clerk is waiting.
Yeah, I'm totally cool. I believe in equity amongst all groups.
Excellent, thank you so much. So we have a motion properly moved by Councillor Santos. All in favor, any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Nguyen, and to Gabe for their delegation. Next committee, we have item 6.5, delegation regarding item 8.2.4, shared electric kick scooter micromobility pilot program. And we can deal with 8.2.4 at the same time, but we have here Stuart Lyons, the CEO of Bird Canada.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, sorry, point of order.
Yes, your point of order.
Can we just make sure that the members who were had a conflict of interest come back to the meeting?
I believe the clerk has already sent the email.
Yes, and I am back. It's Mayor Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we have quorum, we'll proceed. So we have item 6.5, delegations regarding our shared electric kick scooter pilot program, and we welcome Stuart and followed by Shoaib. Stuart, you have 5 minutes.
Sorry, I was muted. Apologies. Hopefully you can all hear me. And there's a presentation on the screen. I'll be brief in my remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you all, members of council, Mayor Brown, city staff, and everyone who's joined us here this afternoon. My name is Stuart Lyons. I'm the CEO of a company called Bird Canada. You can go to the next slide. Bird Canada is a Canadian company. We are the largest e-scooter operator in Canada. We did over 2 million rides for Canadians over the last couple of years. We operate in a variety of cities across Canada, including Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Windsor, to name a few. And we operate across the country as well as in conjunction with Bird Rides, which is an international company based in the United States. And they help us with scooters and technology and some of the solutions we provide to cities. Next slide. The key to the successful scooter program, and I'm very excited to see that Brampton is considering embarking on a pilot scooter program. The key to the program is the technology, really. The key to the successful program is technology, and on the screen you see here our latest and greatest e-scooters. This is called the Bird 3. It is packed with a whole bevy of different technological solutions. I won't go through all of them, but there's several $100 million of development in the scooters that we use that's been going on since 2017, and a whole variety of things, everything from damage sensors to weight sensors to a gyroscope to four-way braking to autonomous emergency braking to a battery that lasts several days. and so on and so forth. This is not the kind of scooter you could buy, online or at a store for any amount. These are commercial grade scooters that last longer and are much more technologically jam-packed than a scooter you could buy at a retailer. If you know anything about the scooter business and some of the media reports, initially the industry was beset by using retail grade scooters that didn't last very long. But these scooters are designed to last up to 6 years, and we've actually our own scooters we've had in Edmonton, for example, for 3 years already. So, and they're coming back for a fourth. So they certainly last a fair bit of time. Next slide. Here's some of the headlines, some of the positive media around what we've been doing in other cities. Then the key thing is really in the first headline. The key reason why a city, in my opinion, would look at a scooter program is about vehicle replacement. Obviously, Brampton is no different. Every city has targets, GHG emission targets, and have a larger goal to reduce vehicle traffic. And in my opinion, there's nothing that is quite as quick and as substantial in terms of decreasing vehicle traffic than a scooter program, particularly given the amount of investment a city has to invest in it, which is fairly minimal. Typically, we see every 2.5 to 3 scooter trips replaces 1 car trip. We've seen that across the country in every city we've been in. And so if you look at those 2 million rides, that's fairly significant. Scooter reduction, vehicle reduction, several hundred thousand car trips not taken as a result of scooter programs. So it's a very significant impact in every city. Next slide. Calgary, where we started, is probably the most successful city to date with scooter programs. We've been there for 2 years. They've recorded over 2 million trips in the city alone and 200,000 unique users. And as you can see, over 50% of the trips end in a BIA or what they call a BRZ zone in Calgary. Next slide. Similar results in Ottawa. The summary there is effectively, 46% of Ottawans reported using their vehicles less. And the summary of the economic impact, if you multiply out the math, the 238,000 trips during 2020, we don't have the 2021 numbers just yet from the city, but those scooters resulted in a $3.7 million economic impact on the city of Ottawa for the time that they were in the city. Next slide. As I said before, the key to a successful program is the technology between our app and our scooters themselves. There's a large pile of hardware and software that make the program safe, reliable, and responsible. And one of the first things we do in order to make this program safe, there's many steps. And the first step is really about education. So we're in cities, on the streets. We do multiple safety days where we actually teach people how to ride a scooter. If you want to ride a scooter, you have to do a safety demo to go on your first trip. And here are some of the examples of some of the screenshots of individual safety requirements of particular cities. And then there are other safety features along the way. There's safety quizzes. There's helmet selfie required for jurisdictions that require helmets, and so on and so forth. It's really an ongoing rider education program that we have in every city. Next slide. This is an example of what I mentioned before. Some of the stuff we do in person. We give out free helmets. We teach people how to ride scooters, and we educate residents on responsible riding and local rules. Next slide. One of the things that we're known for doing in the cities we operate in, and this is what we think would be a great thing to add to a program if it were to occur in Brampton, would be what we call a Safe Streets Patrol. We have dedicated staff on the ground who interact with residents and interact with potential riders, particularly in the early stages of the program, to not only educate but also to make sure that behavior is appropriate. We give out fines, suspensions, and even ban riders who don't listen to the rules and may break them on more than one occasion. Next slide. One of the other technological benefits of how we operate is we can geofence areas in a city. We can make slowdown zones. We can make them as slow as 15 or 12 kilometers an hour. We can also have rides where you're not allowed to ride at all, and we can have rides where you're not allowed to park at all. So obviously, in key areas of Brampton, if there's areas where you don't want parking at all, we can make that happen with the technology of the scooter, and the customer is forced to move the scooter to a allowable area to end the ride. We also have all kinds of technology surrounding other safety features related to this in terms of things like sidewalk routing. We can actually detect with our latest scooters down to a very impressive accuracy whether someone is trying to ride on the sidewalk, and we can prevent that from happening. We've actually successfully demonstrated that in Ottawa this fall. We also have what we call precision parking, where we can force a scooter to park in an area of less than 20 centimeters give on either side to make sure it's parked in the correct area. Next slide. Community mode is another feature we have in our app. This allows riders and non-riders, even members of the public, to either download our app or use our website to report improperly parked scooters or any issues they feel that are necessary. And in most cities we operate, we have a 15-minute response time. We've never gone longer than an hour. The hour is the maximum typically allowable in most cities to respond to scooter issues, whether it's an improperly parked scooter or a complaint. And our average time is around 15 minutes. Next slide. And that's just a quick overview of our scooter program and a quick overview of some of the things that occur in other cities. And I just wanted to encourage Brampton to take this next step. I think a pilot in Brampton would be highly successful to help the city achieve not only its greenhouse gas emissions goals, but any motor vehicle reduction goals, as well as a great first mile, first kilometer, last kilometer extension to public transit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Next, call on Shoaib.
Through the chair, hello everybody, Mayor Brown and Council. My name is Shoaib. I'm the CEO of Suzuki Mobility, and I just wanted to say specifically thanks to both Nelson Cadet and who's the Senior Manager of Transportation, Henry Bogar, for the staff report to Council. We look forward to supporting the micromobility launch in the city of Brampton, and we were very pleased to support the city in the micropilot launch that we were able to support and execute in the summer of 2020, which was very well received by the people in the city of Brampton and produced great results. And this is so fantastic to see the city taking next steps and will likely be the first micromobility program in the GTHA. And I just wanted to thank everybody, all the volunteers and staff for making this happen, and we look forward to supporting and participating. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shoaib. So I do have speakers. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much to Stuart and Schwab for coming in to delegate. I am a supporter of micromobility. In fact, Councillor Vicente, myself, and many other members of council did a number of test runs with various scooters of different kinds. And I'm a cyclist, so I bike, but I could very easily see myself scootering around Brampton as well. That being said, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions to the delegates, and feel free to respond. Why is it that scooters are not appropriate to use on sidewalks?
I'll answer first, if that's okay, Councillor, and through the chair to you. It actually isn't the case necessarily. So in Calgary, as an example, I mean, there's a lot of talk about, you know, in the media, concerns around whether scooters should be allowed on the sidewalk. But in Calgary, ironically, they're only allowed on the sidewalk, and it's been it's been the most successful program, one of the most successful programs in North America. So I think it really depends on the city's infrastructure and what the city's decisions are. I think it's easier to have them off the sidewalk, just like you have bikes off the sidewalk. And my 2 cents would be, you know, I view them, and typically most cities view them, as similar to bicycles. I would regulate them as you regulate bicycles, and if bicycles belong in bike lanes and off the sidewalk, so be it for scooters as well. They're obviously very similar, and they complement bicycles in many ways. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Through the chair, that's a great question. We actually asked this very question at our launch at Chinguacousy Park. and majority of the people said that they would prefer riding this in bike lanes or on the side of the road and not on sidewalks. And so we support that. As Stuart said, each city is different, but we tested the waters with the public in the city of Brampton. If they are saying that, hey, we don't want this to be ridden on sidewalks, then we don't want this to be operating on sidewalks either. One of the great things the city of Brampton has done over the pandemic, amongst other great initiatives, is the creation of bike lanes. And that was accelerated throughout the pandemic. So it is a great opportunity for people to use the bike lanes as they're riding bicycles and avoid riding on sidewalks.
And thank you so much for that clarification, because I know when Councillor Vicente and I were testing some scooters as well, there was a very significant difference in comfort in terms of riding a scooter on a sidewalk versus on a path or on an active transportation lane. And so since you mentioned it, since you noticed, Brampton over this term has been ramping up in terms of our active transportation infrastructure. And from your perspective, does that encourage more people to use micromobility as an option to get around? And from that perspective as well, we just had a very robust conversation about, climate change and climate action and greenhouse gas emissions. How does micromobility and active transportation contribute to our action against climate change?
I believe, thank you, Councillor, for that question. Through the chair, I believe micromobility is a natural fit and the timing is just right. With all the incredible initiatives, both on the federal level and the provincial level, including on the municipal scale, it is now becoming a natural fit that people are using electric scooters or electric bikes, for that matter, to go short distances for whatever reason the need requires. And we look forward to supporting that. And the market also is indicating that this is where the demand is growing. And as I said before, I think the timing is just perfect for it.
I'll just add quickly, Councillor, through the chair. What we've seen in every market we've launched, and we've launched in almost 10 markets in Canada so far, and the demand is pretty immediate. People recognize immediately that this is a great option for them. It's an option that fits in nicely between bikes, walking and cars, and it actually allows them to leave their cars at home, which is why you see those great numbers. And I always say this, but I really think it's the best arrow in your quiver for any city to take a first stab at reducing vehicle traffic. So as I said before, it started out with 30%, and now we're up to almost 40% across Canada. And this is not an inconsistent number. It's consistent in British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario. The number is always the same. It's around 40% of the time people say, you know what, I was going to take a car, but I took a scooter instead. So, by our count, that's 800,000 car trips that we've taken off the road by having 2 million scooter trips. So I think the results in Brampton will be exactly the same as they've been in every other city in Canada. And, you'll see, a few 100,000 car trips not being taken, which is the best thing I think we can do, to help, do our part towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
And Councillor, if I may add to that, when we did our pilot or micro pilot in the city of Brampton, we received, I'm going to call them our guests, where of all ages and stages, the youngest rider was 16 years of age, and the eldest rider was 77 years of age. And the common theme from all of them was this was very intuitive, this was very easy to ride. And, we all have some sort of muscle memory for those of us who have the ability or have had the ability to ride a bike when we were children. There's a bit of an innate, muscle memory that kicks in when you get on it and you see or feel that it's so easy to operate, you just get it right away. And the opportunity is fantastic, and we can't wait to see this roll out in the city of Brampton.
Thanks so much. And I'd like a final comment from both of you as we look at micromobility in Brampton. How can you provide final comments on how you feel about Brampton's investments in active transportation?
I'll start off by saying, Councillor, through the chair, that I think the biggest piece is the fact that you're even taking the step. So there's only 2 other jurisdictions in Ontario that have done it so far, Ottawa and Windsor, and Brampton's the third. And as Joan pointed out, it's the first city in the GTA, and there will certainly be others. You know, and I know there's a few others that are pretty far along as well, but the fact that Brampton's taking this first step, I think, shows incredible leadership on the part of Brampton, that they're doing real things to really address active transportation and move the needle. And I think this will speak volumes for that.
Thank you, Stuart, and through the chair, and thank you, Councillor, for that great question. Actually, there's another very strong reason that this is happening in Brampton. I think it is set by the culture of the leadership of council and Mayor Brown and the staff and the volunteers, and just the excitement in the city. We have seen, and totally not related to micromobility, but we have seen how the city has, and I quote Mayor Brown, made lemonade out of the lemons that were handed to us by COVID, specifically most recently this rink program. And it just shows that the city is willing to do things and try new things, and that is extended across all stakeholder levels in the city. And we had the unique pleasure of experiencing that when we launched this pilot in the city of Brampton. Every stakeholder, from Parks and Rec to safety and security, everybody was engaged and very supportive and encouraging in getting this off the ground, because the city was like, you know what, let's try it. We have to do this. Let's make it happen. Let's find a way to make it fit. Let's understand what the wants and needs are of the city, and let's just do it. And I think it is strongly in relation and commending to the culture set by council and the leadership in the city.
Thank you so much, and thank you for coming in. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, recognize Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente, through you. Just to clarify, have we brought the report down as well?
Yes, the report is before us, including also...
No, I apologize. I got disconnected, so I just for a minute, so I didn't hear that. Okay, I just have one question for staff. If we do look at this pilot project, how are we looking to go about it and pick which company we're looking to do a pilot project with? I didn't see it in the report.
Through the chair, Councillor Singh, it's Berger, Senior Manager of Transportation. I can, I'll pass off the question to Nelson, who may have more details, but suffice it to say that we are going through an open process to receive the applications from vendors who are interested in providing that service. We'll be working with our procurement group to develop that that evaluation matrix on how we select as we would with any other procurement, and that information will be going out as part of the RFP package.
Okay, that is good. That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you, and thank you for the delegation for also coming. I've had the opportunity to meet with them too. Really cool project, and a really good company culture as well. So keep up the good work, and thank you, Henrik, for answering that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Recognize Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente, and I love this possibility of having additional amenities in Brampton to be outdoors to enjoy the beauty of our city. This adds to a great list of amenities that we have already. I guess my question to Stuart Lyons or Shoaib Ahmed is about whether these scooters would be locked. Do they need to be locked? I guess where I'm going is, one of the pushbacks I have from the public is when things are overly regulated. And at one point, we had fences around our skating rinks, and I got inundated with complaints. I think we want to make it as easy as possible for the city to use the amenities we have. Is there a way to do this where you don't need to lock them up, that you have your own tracking on them, and that we could just have them available for residents to use rather than in such a structured, locked up way. If either of you want to give a stab at that, and then the staff has a response.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, through the chair, to you. Maybe I'll start, Shoaib, and then you can go after. But great question. In our experience, again, across the entire country, we have looked at the Lock 2 solution. Typically, that's come up in cities like Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, where it's obviously a density issue. We haven't seen the Lock 2 requirement. I know it's being debated as part of this program, but we haven't seen the Lock 2 requirement in a city that has, thankfully, some more space and a little bit less density like a Brampton does. Not that it's not dense, but, it's certainly less than downtown Montreal or Toronto. But, typically that's not the case because, obviously with the locks comes a lack of usage, and then you don't get the vehicle replacement, and all the great, the great elements of it are not there. However, that's not to say that there couldn't be, key areas where you could have locking areas. If it's a dense area, perhaps in downtown Brampton, a smaller area where you wanted to have, racks, we could set up racks and you could lock to those, or you can use some of the technologies I mentioned earlier where you can create parking zones in downtown areas where we could actually use technology to keep the scooters in a fairly tight area. So the locks, well, they are an issue in certain places, like San Francisco uses the locks. There aren't a lot of examples of cities in the world that are less dense that use the locks.
Thank you, Stuart, and through the chair. Great question, and I just want to echo what Stuart was saying. I think in some locations locks work, and in some locations locks don't work. I've seen pros and cons of both, specifically most recently in San Francisco, but also in Istanbul, Turkey, when I was there. And I had seen a lot of these electric poles wrapped up with a bunch of scooters, and it wasn't very pleasing, and it took a lot of space on sidewalks. I think there is enough technology in various scooter manufacturers, including Bird and ours, that avoid those issues of cluttering, and the technology has far more developed and advanced over the past 4 years than when micromobility first started. And I support the idea of either designate, some areas where we could have in high density areas such as racks or designated pickup and drop off zones. But I think that's the direction that we would like to support.
Okay, then over to staff. What ability do we have to be flexible on this?
Through the chair to Mayor Brown, Henrik Spoger, Senior Manager, Transportation Planning. There's absolute flexibility with this. I think this is the beauty of this being a pilot program. I think what's in the report that we had identified, what we had heard as a concern. I mean, basically either from examples in other jurisdictions. I think the San Francisco one is probably the most extreme, which is why they went to that actual lockup. But as for a question about whether this is a dockless or a docked technology, the concern we had was more about that scooter management as a part of the furniture that's out there on the street, and we didn't want to get that out of control. So certainly in the terms of reference for the vendors that are going to be coming to us, they'll be proposing how they intend to manage scooters in terms of where they're parked. The idea, and as both Stuart and Shoaib had said, I think, depending on the areas, there's certain places when I think about our downtown that, it would be helpful to try to maybe corral them in certain designated areas, but not necessarily that they're locked up, kind of like a bike to a fence kind of idea. I think at the end of the day, the point that's been made is that we do want to make this as easy and as accessible to as many people as we can. So again, I think that the pilot program gives us that opportunity to fine tune over a longer period of time what works and what doesn't work, and to be able to respond to any challenges and opportunities.
Very neat. Well, this is all fascinating. I admit I haven't tried a scooter yet, but I've seen a number of the councillors go out on them and rave about them. So looking forward to seeing this pilot project roll out in Brampton, and thank you for sharing today, Council. Thank you for your deputations.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Next, recognize Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. Probably a question for Nelson or Henrik. It sounds like a great idea. I have not tried one of these scooters, so I'm looking forward to it. But in your terms of reference, you've got number of operators / scooters, and it says a maximum of 3 operators are to be selected, with each operator managing a fleet of no less than 250 and no more than 500. And then 2 sentences later, it says, if the operator wishes to extend their service beyond 500, they will be able to provide additional electric scooters in keeping with a ratio of 150 per 10 square kilometers. I would, since this is a pilot project, I'd much rather see this, again, simply as no less than 250 or no more than 500. If there's fairness between all the companies, and the maximum they can do is 500, then we can get the data from each of those companies as to the usage, the time of usage. It just makes it easier all the way around. So I'm just wondering if that can be removed about the going beyond the 500.
Hello, Council. To the chair, it's Ccet, the city's active transportation project manager. I think the intent of that provision, and again, it's not a final provision. We're still going to go through a more detailed procurement process to create the RFP document. But the intent was, we don't know the uptake, and we are concerned that if this does take off, we want to be able to sort of expand or have that ability to expand and sort of maximize the experience. And that's what the intent of this was. If council wishes not to include, or if you wish to advise staff not to set a limit, and totally respect that, we can do that for sure.
Okay, well, no, it just struck me as kind of weird that you would say 250, no more than 500, and then agree to more than 500. So I will leave that to you guys to work out. And when you come back with the RFPs and the winners, we'll see how they develop that. Thanks.
Yep. Sorry, through the chair, it's Henrik Berger here, Councillor Bowman. Just in addition to that too, I think part of the thinking behind that is that, a lot depends on what we hear back from the vendors, because the proposals are also going to be determining the geography. So depending on where the implementation is intended to happen, whether it's a citywide or whether it's contained to certain zones, that'll have an impact on the number of scooters that you'd want to roll out as well.
Thanks for that, Henrik. And your answer just gave me another question. Sorry for that. But are you looking at centralizing these around major transit zones, since this is a sort of a first to last mile thing?
Through the chair to Councillor Bowman, again, I think absolutely that makes so much sense. It's intuitive. But I think, again, we're in the terms of reference, we are not specifying that. We're letting the industry come back to us. And I think when, you've heard 2 delegations today from 2 different representatives. These folks are the experts in this and in their implementation in other urban centers. So we're looking to them to help us to define those areas. We will certainly steer them and provide that advice, given the work that we are doing on our city centers and our intensification nodes and so forth. So, there's, I think, kind of the no-brainer opportunities, right, when we're looking at things like our GO stations, which are, the first kilometer, last kilometer gold mines, I think. But certainly there's other areas and other applications that we'd like to test as well, given, our evolution from that kind of suburban to urban context and where we're at. I think there's a lot of opportunities to test a lot of different scenarios, but we're going to let the e-scooter industry come back to us and advise us on what's best.
Okay, thanks, Henrik.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Recognizing Councillor Fertini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the delegates. And I did not ride the scooter, but in Italy, parts of Italy have it, and Switzerland and Germany's been years. They've been riding these, and I remember 3 or 4 years ago on the trade mission. So these scooters were all over the place, and it's not that you have stations that you lock them in and you just scan your credit card or your debit card and away you go, and then wherever you you get to your destination, you just scan it again and just leave it there. And these trucks would pick it up at night and take the ones that were just the battery was kind of dying down and put charged ones in. So how are we going to do it? Like if I'm riding a scooter, say from Bramley Road, and I have to get downtown and there's no station there, where do I leave the scooter? Do I have to leave it at a certain station and walk the distance?
Through the chair, it's Henrik Boger. I'm hoping that maybe I could kick this to one of our two delegates. I think that, you know, this is the idea that we've had about discussing about where you dock and where you store these things. And I know that the vendors, the providers do have staffs that are out there to balance the scooter distribution across the city to ensure that accessibility is there. So if there's something that's dropped off in a particular place or it's not where it's supposed to be, that is something that we're looking to the providers to be able to manage as well. So I don't know if Stuart or Shoaib, you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Henrik, and through the chair to you, Councillor. To address your question, yeah, effectively, there's a service map that will create, if we're successful and we were to operate in Brampton, we create a service area for the city, and that would show areas and where we would allow the scooters to be operated, and it would be geofenced. So if we took the scooter outside of that area, it actually wouldn't work. So if you're within the area, you pick up the scooter at the street furniture zone of the sidewalk. You take it onto the road. You take it to your destination. And then if it's an area downtown where it's a bit more dense, as you sort of mentioned, we would have one of the solutions we mentioned earlier. So potentially it would be through the technology, there'd be a parking area designated in the app that would say you have to park it here. We'd actually make that precision parked within a 20 centimeter variance. So it has to be a very specific spot. Or you could have a rack, or you could leave it in the furniture zone if there was space, or there's other solutions as well. So a whole variety of solutions we'd offer up to the city in an RFP as a result of that. But the other thing I'll mention is, and you sort of hit on it when you talked about Italy and there being a lot of scooters and issues, that's exactly why, 4 years later, and now in 2022, what we would say, and this would seem counterintuitive from the industry, but I would actually suggest, and we'll suggest this in our RFP response, that the city does not actually allow up to 3 providers, only allows maybe up to 2 providers maximum, and certainly not, my opinion would be not 1,500 scooters, but maybe 1,000 scooters maximum, because, I can go through all the cities in Canada, but that's 1,500 scooters is a lot of scooters for a city the size of Brampton as a first go. And when you have less scooters, you have less issues, you have more control over the program, and you can have a better handle on parking issues and make sure the program is successful and people get educated along the way. And that's what we've done in Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, all these other cities. So that's what we'll suggest in any response to an RFP. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess you're the experts. You guys have done it. I've seen it in Germany. They're all over the place, everywhere. And it was so convenient. You just scan your card, you go to a certain distance, you scan it again, and you just leave it there on the sidewalk or on the side of the road. They wouldn't leave them on. They were pretty good at the way they were handled. And but if you have a station to station, and I have to go in between, I have to bring it all the way down to that station and walk back. Is it worth me taking the scooter? So I'm glad that we're not using the sidewalks, because I think a lot of seniors that go for a walk and all, we already get complaints. Why is people riding bikes on the sidewalks? And so at least you have them on these bike paths or even on the side of the road, just like a bicycle would ride, a scooter would ride. And I had a lot of fun in Germany riding those things, and I've seen a lot of people just jumping off the LRTs and getting one of these scooters, go through the side street to get to their place. They scan their card, they stand it up, and they leave it there, and away they go inside to do their business. So I'm very supportive of it, and hoping that it'll grow. Thank you so much.
Councillor Fortini Shoaib here from Scooty. If I may add to what Stuart said, he hit pretty much all the key points, but there's another thing that I would like to add. There's a lot of public consultation that will happen as we or as whoever wins the permits roll out the micromobility operation in the city. There's a lot of work that goes into making sure that this is not in public's right of way, or we're not in zones that we should not be operating in, or through geofencing. And the best example I can give you, geofencing is similar to pushing a shopping cart out of, say, a Loblaws parking lot or something like that. It freezes or it stops. The same thing happens on the scooter. They're very smart and intelligent devices. And a lot of this happens through consistent communication and educating the public on how to use them, how to properly use them. And also, the onus is also on our staff to make sure that these are used in the proper manner as pleasing to the city to keep the relationships going. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Singh. Sorry, Councillor Frattini, would you like to move receipt of the delegations and the report and recommendations?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor, was I still on the board there? Sorry,
Yes, go ahead.
I got cut off. Yeah, and I do appreciate that. I see the wheels, they get locked, when you go to these
Very good. And also, the clerk has advised that we have a piece of correspondence related to this from Ashley Brown, listed as item 8.4.2, moved by Councillor Frattini. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is government relation matters, but I will now recess the meeting for us to take a break until 1:30, and we are recessed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. You're coming through loud and clear. Members of committee, it is 1:30. I'm just going to name the members that I do see in the virtual platform. I see Councillor Santos. I see Councillor Vicente is present in person as chair. Mayor Brown. I see Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Medeiros.
I'm here, Peter, for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman, I see. I see Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Willens, and Councillor Williams. You have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
And it's Mayor Brown, I just got here as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Members of
I'm here, Peter. Yeah, Peter, were you able to hear me? Mayor Brown, did you get me down for attendance?
Yes, Mayor, we have you. Just to reiterate, members, our next item is 7.1, Government Relation Matters. Blaine Lucas is here with a presentation for Committee on Government Relation Matters. Welcome, Blaine.
Thank you, and through Chair Vicente. The Government Relations Matters presentation will provide operational awareness to recent regional, provincial, and federal updates. If we could move forward on to the next slide, please. The Regional Planning and Growth Management Committee and the Waste Management Strategy Advisory Committee will be held tomorrow at 9:30 and 1 o'clock respectively. The Public Affairs team have reviewed the agendas and have identified items of interest to members of committee. We could move forward. Oh, no, that's fine. Item 5.1 of the Regional Planning and Growth Management Committee is a report updating Regional Council of the Peel 2051 Official Plan Review. Report indicates the discussions remain ongoing with local municipalities on areas of interest, with future policies and mapping to be updated on the results of these discussions. Regional staff envision the official plan will be finalized and brought forward for final adoption by Regional Council before the end of spring 2022. Once adopted, the new regional official plan will be submitted to the province prior to July 4th of this year. If we could move forward, please, on to the next slide. I want to remind committee that the first stage of the provincial government's gradual easing of public health measures came into effect this past Monday. Social gatherings are now limited to 10 people indoors and 25 people outdoors. Indoor public settings include restaurants, gyms, and cinemas have capacity limits of 50%. And the spectator capacity at sporting events, concert venues, and other similar functions are limited to 50% for 500 people, whichever is less. We could move forward on to the next slide, please. Of relevant provincial updates, we just wanted to touch on the doubling of funding for the Indigenous Community Capital Grants Program from 3 to 6 million. New investments over 2 years to assist municipalities to improve aging and outdated stormwater infrastructure. The region of Peel is included in the municipalities identified by the province under that grant program. There was 18 municipalities under 2 programs, with $15 million divided between 18 municipalities for stormwater infrastructure improvements, and they specifically referenced the region of Peel. Would also like to advise committee of reports in the local media indicating that Brampton's auto insurance rates fell by 27% in 2021. Based on a report from a private third-party data analyst corporation, this was recorded in the Toronto Star. So I'm bringing this forth just as a point of reference for members of council. According to that article, Brampton is no longer the most expensive jurisdiction for auto insurance. This is a positive development for the residents of Brampton and the over 19,000 individuals who signed the petition for lower rates as part of the city's hashtag Fair Deal for Brampton campaign, which was launched in April of 2021. So I'd also like to acknowledge the public consultation efforts of my colleagues in strategic communications for putting together that petition and securing those information from those 19,000 residents. So as more information is brought forward on the insurance rates, we will make sure we update members of council in future government relations presentations. If we could move forward now to the next slide. The Public Affairs team has identified a number of relevant federal government developments highlighted for committee's awareness. During the course of the lunch break, I also wanted to advise committee that the media is reporting that Aaron O'Toole is no longer the leader of the Federal Conservative Party. We will continue to monitor the situation and advise committee and council as appropriate. That information was just published within the last 26 to 30 minutes. What else I'd like to specifically highlight the opening of several grant intakes for key federal funding, including $200 million for the Low Carbon Economy Fund Champion Stream, $2.75 billion Zero Emissions Transit Fund, and $400 million for Active Transportation Fund. The Public Affairs team is working with subject matter experts at the city to identify projects that meet the eligibility requirements of these funding opportunities, with the intent of submitting applications to maximize these programs and others to advance the city term of council priorities. On a provincial grant funding note, I'd like to quickly mention a few provincial funding opportunities that are actively being pursued. The Inclusive Communities Grant from the Ministry of Seniors and Accessibility, and the Streamlined Development Fund from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. A fulsome update on the status of the application submitted and funding announcement is planned for March 9th Committee of Council. We are currently working on a review of the grant funding that was successfully achieved in 2021 and bring forth that update to members of council in the near future. If we can move forward on to the next slide, please. The Association of Municipalities Ontario recently indicated they will be reviewing proposed provincial regulations pertaining to a new firefighter certification model in tandem with the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs. The focus will be to determine whether the proposed certification model will create additional training or new cost pressures on municipal fire services. The feedback is open until February 28th of this year, and we will be working with our colleagues from the fire service to secure any feedback. In addition, AMO has delivered its pre-budget submission to the Province Standing Committee on Finance and Economic Affairs last week. The submission focused primarily on ensuring continued pandemic-related support is provided to municipalities, no new unfunded responsibilities being placed on municipalities, and accounting for inflation and the cost of cost-sharing programs. You can move on to the next slide, please. Lastly, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Big City Mayors Caucus issued a statement last week calling on the federal government to commit to covering the 2022 transit operating shortfalls due to the ongoing COVID-19 impacts and the associated decline in ridership. So this concludes our government relations presentation for this week. I'm happy to take any questions from members of council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blaine. I have several speakers. Recognize Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. To the clerk, is this the appropriate time to ask for this Brampton U, or do I have to wait till next council?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there is nothing on the agenda on Brampton U, and I don't think it was addressed in the update. And I understood from your remarks at the earlier approval of the agenda that you were bringing something forward next week. We do have a notice of motion from you tracking for the February 9th council meeting.
I understand, but so if I wanted to ask questions, regardless of that, am I allowed or not? That's all I'm asking.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. As we are now dealing with government relations, I would ask Councillor Fortini if you could ask questions with respect to the presentation that is on the floor.
Well, I haven't, Mr. Chair, I haven't heard the clerk say the question I asked.
Sorry, can you repeat that, Councillor?
I did not hear the clerk if I was appropriate, regardless it's coming, if I'm allowed or not. That's all I want to know.
I'll ask the clerk to reiterate his last statement.
Yeah.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so I understand, Councillor Fortini, you have a notice of motion that you filed to add to the next Wednesday's council meeting. That's been properly filed and will be on that agenda. There is nothing that I'm aware of on this presentation that Blaine's just gone through, unless there's some new information that's come to light. So normally we would, government relations is limited to the matters in particular that are discussed on the agenda. I don't know if it's a general question, so that's the best advice I can give you at this point in time.
Okay, I'll wait till next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fortini. I see my next speaker. Recognize Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I would beg to differ on Councillor Fortini's. I'm not going to belabor the point. He's added the agenda. But when we're talking about intergovernmental relations, this is a scan across all our intergovernmental work that we're doing, government relations, and this council has determined that post-secondary education is extremely important, and I do expect the conversation for next week, so I'll leave it for Councillor Fortini to raise that next week. What I'd like to see, and I've made these comments before, Blaine, that the presentation, as much as this is a scan of what's going on, a lot of this is repetitive of essentially news items that we see during the week. And I do appreciate, before, previously we had added this as a standing agenda item because folks thought it was important that we get insight into the work that we're doing and when it comes to government relations. And that's one aspect. So I'd like to see, for example, a note, some sort, and I'm happy to move a motion for next week at council or the following committee of council, I'm fine, which just really outlines and gives us an understanding in terms of what are we exactly doing with the initiatives that we identified priorities in terms of, for example, here's our top 5, intergovernmental priorities. Here's the activity we're doing. And I say that because I had a meeting with several MPs over the last couple of days, and it just seems that there seems to be a disconnect when they approach me asking that, they're having frustration trying to connect with the city. I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying that they put it out there. So it would be great for us, council, to know all the activity that's happening. So, and I'd like to see more of a briefing note which would state, here's our priority. This is what we've done. We've contacted, this bureaucrat at this ministry, or we're doing this. This is the program. Because these scans, as much as I appreciate it, it's not a knock on you, because we're the ones who sort of modeled this. But essentially, these are just repetitive, news announcements. And I'm not looking towards you for the news. I'm looking towards you for what exactly are we doing when it comes to government activity. So I'll give you an example. We know, for example, that we're considering an institution to work with the city of Brampton. My understanding is that the numbers from a local domestic perspective are extremely low, and they're really focusing on international students. So it'd be great to sort of say, what is an update on that specific initiative coming forward. So this approach is still maybe a good approach, but I'd like to sort of understand, what are we doing towards working on those other initiatives. And it could be maybe as a briefing note that comes back, and then after, or a report, and maybe there is a report that you plan on bringing. So just to understand, we're speaking on this initiative, what work are we exactly doing? My other understanding is regarding, the institution that, speaking to someone senior in the provincial government, that the chances of having an institution come from where Doug Ford's ward is almost impossible unless there's a change in election. So, what is Plan B? What is Plan C? And not focusing just on those issues. And I know there are some federal government announcements which are interesting. There's some other matters. So I would like to see a little bit more of an understanding in terms of what is their activity pushing forward some of these files. And maybe, they're sprinkled in this, but if I can move a motion that a report come back, and if we can say next committee of council, if it's 2 weeks enough for you, or do you want more time?
Through the chair to the councillor, the one thing I can add for your consideration, sir, is our division is broken up into a number of different programs. Some of the issues that we will be coming forward with an update to members of council. Some of those reports we're anticipating over the next few meetings or several meetings. Some of those reports may be an in-camera based on certain aspects of negotiations, etc. But what I do understand, sir, is you're looking for updates on the number of files. And the one interesting part about the corporate projects policy and liaison division is all our programs work collaboratively on a number of issues. But and then the government relations update each week is to give like 1,000-foot level of what we're doing. But I do understand, sir, what you're looking for. I'm hoping that the reports that will be coming forward over the next few weeks will satisfy the information that you're looking for, because that certainly is my intent, to make sure you have that information at your disposal.
Yeah, and through the chair, and again, my apologies if it's not a reflection of you. I think it's just the format, and what I find myself doing now whenever we get these government relation matters, and I guess some of us are paying attention to the news more than others, and I'm just finding it's very repetitive, and some of these news are a little bit like outdated, and just because of the cycle when we're doing it. So I do appreciate that some files are independent. Maybe if they're, as a consolidated report that maybe doesn't drill down, but just gives us sort of the breadth of all the files and activities, and, who are we talking with, and I don't need to know the specific bureaucrat or so on, but I'd like to know that, when I keep getting federal MPs keep telling me, well, they've offered, or they've contacted the city, or there's some programs, do you not know about this? And, can you push this for this? And I think that these things are already happening anyways. So, so it'd be great to just understand who are we talking with, what are we talking to them about? And, what's the latest on that? Like, for example, LRT, we haven't got an update. We haven't got an update on what's happening with the LRT coming to the north side on Steels, little things. So if we can have maybe a sort of a summary of maybe the top 10 priorities and go from there. So I'm happy to move that motion. And if you need more time, just let us know accordingly. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, through the chair to the councillor, sir, I understand 100% what you're looking for. And I'll make what our plan is for 2022 is to make sure that we're bringing more council reports for each of the independent programs with our division, within my division, to make sure that you have that information at your disposal. and you brought up to speed on some of these key priorities. So I'm more than happy to do that for you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I know it's an impossible task to satisfy 10 different opinions on council, so I do appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Medeiros. Next, recognize Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question. In regards to insurance, have we submitted? I've been hearing some different things over the past couple months. Have we submitted the petition to the province?
Through the chair to Councillor Dillon, I may refer to Jason Tamming if he's on the line just to confirm, but it just escapes me at the moment, sir. I apologize. Jason's there. Can you jump in?
Thanks, Blaine. Through the chair, Councillor, and we've been providing some updates on the numbers. So we're just under 20,000, and I'm thinking we haven't submitted yet. So noting that there's some recent updates on rates.ca with respect to Brampton no longer being the highest in the province, but I think we've dropped to number 4. So some good news there. So I was thinking we could tie that in with the submission to the province with a letter in short order within the next week, and kind of close off that advocacy to the province and take any next steps as we interact with them out of that.
Right, and so Bill 42 was in I believe it's second reading by I believe he's the minister now, MPP Parm Gill. Just a little while ago, I texted him and I said, "How's the reading going?" He said, "Because I think I'm in ministry now, the bill is off the table." So I'm not sure what or where that particular bill to end auto discrimination is at. So perhaps if we can get an update from you guys in regards to that, but also if we can still send the petition in now, just because I believe they were going to table it again. I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but I think the fact that we're sending almost 20,000 names in, as I think is important. We've had a few months for our residents to sign. I think a lot of interest was there from our residents as well. So do we need a motion to do that now, or is that something that you guys can just do yourself? Do we need to get maybe a release out stating to the public that, listen, the campaign is ending, that we've sent it in? What's the next steps here?
Through the chair of the council, I think Jason and I can make sure that petition is submitted to the province, that we do a review on the legislative analysis that you brought up, and then we move forward, because I would also like to confirm that we're seeing hopefully some good progress, but I guess the next piece is to see, are those savings actually going to be realized by the residents of Brampton is the next piece.
Yeah, and just and I'm just kind of looking for some guidance from the mayor. Do you think we need to do through the chair, obviously, maybe even some other members of council? I think it's important that we kind of let everybody know that, listen, we're at the there's finality to this petition. We're sending it in. Should we have a release that's that's sent to the media, to the public, stating that this is how many signatures we've had, and mention the decrease already, or just to you, Mr. Mayor, do you think that's a good idea?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, Councillor Dillon. I think there is momentum behind it right now, and thank you for being the originator behind the idea. And maybe we could even take it down to Queen's Park and present it. I don't know what the COVID rules at Queen's Park are, but if there's a potential to, a media release announcing the campaign is complete and very successful with a number of signatures, and then secondly, we could present it to the minister responsible for this file.
Yeah, so it's just the staff. Do we need a motion for that?
Through the chair to the councillors, we can take that back, sir, in full and accept that as direction if that's fine.
Okay, perfect. And do you guys have an ETA on when this will be ready? Do you think it can be ready by next week's council?
Through the chair to the councillor, within the next week with the number, maybe I'll get some feedback from Jason as well to see, but we'll do, I would say we can put together the petition, finalize the numbers, forward off that advocacy letter, of course, to the province, and then have start putting a strategy in place for the continued advocacy beyond that letter, if that's sufficient.
Yeah, I think that can be done in next week, and I think by next week and perhaps next week we can kind of discuss the next steps. I think it's as the mayor mentioned, it's a good news story. We did have significant, we had a lot of excitement around this. A lot of people did sign up, and I think it did put some pressure on the province. They were well aware of what we were doing, but so I think hopefully by next week, get the petition sent into them. We get a press release, and then the next steps we can kind of talk about what we can do as a council from that point.
That's perfect. Thank you, sir.
Councillor, I'll just yield the floor to Jason Tamming, who was asked to speak.
Thanks, Councillor, and through the chair, we can have the media release ready for next week. So Blaine's team, we're already starting the letter back to the province, and we'll start an associated media release to highlight both the insurance rates coming down as well as the successful campaign, and then any next steps can be reported probably at a future GRM update. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Recognize Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on the couple things the councillors have brought up, when in listening to Councillor Medeiros, and I understand his frustrations, and with government relations originally being put on the agenda for regional matters, and then expanding to provincial and federal items as well, I continue to encourage staff's comments on regional agendas for members of the public, and also for city councillors that don't sit at the region. But I think what Councillor Medeiros was kind of getting to, and what I might like to see is, I guess, the opportunity to reference the government relations matters with the initiatives that we're currently looking at, and if the initiatives that by way of a staff report are coming to council, maybe you can reference the government relations item on the agenda that first talked about it, and maybe that's a way of trying to bring things together. I know that there have been some items that are crossing with the government relations update, so I think if that helps. And then just with the insurance, and it's great timing, Councillor Dillon. Thank you for discussing this. I just had a resident that moved from Montreal to Brampton that she explained to me, heard about Councillor Dillon's initiative, explained to me that her insurance doubled in price when she did move, and I never knew that we were now fourth. I wonder though if there is some synergies with the three above us or the top five, and see if there is something that kind of puts us into the same bowl, and why the insurance companies are taking advantage of Bramptonians in the three municipalities above us. If anybody's ever driven in Montreal, I was shocked to hear that we double in insurance price as opposed to or compared to that municipality. So I wonder if there is other opportunities in bringing back that initiative and trying to put pressure on the province. I think now's the best time to put pressure on the province, being that there's an election coming up. But what is there? Maybe we can look at the synergies with the three above us and see what why we're all kind of in that group together. Why are we so high? And maybe there's a different approach that needs to be taken when we're advocating for this, and a different approach that the province certainly needs to do something about this. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor, I see no further speakers, so we have a motion to receive Blaine's presentation and a motion moved by Councillor Medeiros. All in favor, any opposed? And so that carries. Members, our next item is item 7.2, a regular update on the COVID-19 emergency by Mayor Brown. Mayor?
Thank you, Councillor Basante. To give you an update, over the last week, we're continuing to see very encouraging progress in our battle to put COVID-19 in the rearview mirror. We have gone from 110 COVID-19 patients at the hospital to 70, 17 in ICU to 10 in ICU. And Dr. Lowe this morning shared his cautious optimism that there are much better days ahead. And so I think there is a fair degree of perspective right now that we went through some difficult weeks, but it's starting to head in the right direction. As members of council are well aware, we had the reopening. Stage 1 started on Monday, and I believe in 2 weeks there'll be the next stage of the reopening. But during this COVID update, I should note this has not been without casualties. Our businesses, our residents have sacrificed a tremendous deal during COVID-19. In the recent weeks, we've lost 2 businesses, Hard and Hustle and Aurora, 2 well-known, loved local small businesses. So as we get back on our feet as a community, we're going to have a fair amount of work to do to support our small businesses, because the adversity they've been through has been intense. So that is a brief update today. There are very encouraging signs on a health front being shared by Peel Public Health and the William Osler Health System, but we still have a lot of work to do to help our small businesses get back on their feet.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First question from Councillor Plushie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Mayor, Mayor Brown. I've heard from a few residents that continue to appreciate the communication being provided by the City of Brampton, and I wonder if there's any opportunity for, and I think a lot of the comments are they appreciate the balance that you have between the COVID response update and then other things that are happening in the city. And a lot of people seem to like, learning about what's happening in the city. And if I think everybody will remember when we were younger, Channel 10 on the Rogers Network used to have all of just local Brampton stuff that was happening. And you'd even have 2 counselors on there almost every Monday night, talking about ward specific items or things that were happening in Brampton. So maybe if there's an opportunity, and that's been gone for a long time now, unfortunately, but maybe if there's an opportunity where you, Mr. Mayor, or whomever, can have a discussion, start having a discussion, or start thinking about the discussion with possibility of CP24 in continuing the updates and maybe having more of like a local updates on future things, and maybe it continues to be a weekly thing. I think that's a positive step in the right direction for the people of Brampton. When you watch CP24, and it's the majority of stuff happening in Toronto, and then you get the bad news from Brampton and Mississauga and surrounding areas. But the COVID update, I think, is certainly highlighting some of the unfortunate tragedies that are happening because of COVID, but it also highlights a lot of the good things that are coming out of Brampton, even with the pandemic that we're in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Plushie. I do think it's important for us to have opportunities to provide as much information to the public as we can. I'm not sure whether there'll be the same level of interest as we put the pandemic behind us in local news stories. Some weeks we've got live coverage on CBC, Global City TV, CP24, and some weeks there is very little coverage. And so I think the media works on the hot issues in the news, and obviously there's a fair amount of public attention and interest in how we respond to COVID-19. Time will tell whether there be that level of interest. We always try to utilize opportunities to bring in some additional information, and that's varied from the backyard garden program to, today Councillor Williams talked about what we're doing with Black History Month, and so we look for those opportunities to share some of Brampton's good work, but I'm not sure if that would continue as we put the pandemic in the rearview mirror. But as always, I would welcome opportunities to tell our story, to tell good things happening in Brampton. But it is there's no guarantee that that makes it into the media cycle. But I'll always do my best to talk up our city and talk about what we're doing that's interesting and different. And I would note that today, the Backyard Garden program that was initiated by Councillor Willens officially launched again. I know there was some media coverage of that because it was different and it caught everyone's attention across the country. And we just completed submissions for the Backyard Rink program. So we certainly have thought outside of the box during this pandemic. And I think that's one of the reasons we've garnered more attention, because we are thinking of creative, interesting ideas to serve our residents.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So with that, that completes our COVID-19 emergency updates. I have a motion moved by Councillor Medeiros. All in favor, any opposed? So that carries. So members, we now move on to the Public Works agenda, and most of the items have been dealt with, but we do have item 8.2.6 held by Councillor Fertini, a staff report regarding the budget amendment for Balmoral Recreation Centre revitalization in Ward 7. Councillor Fertini. Councillor Fertini. We could stand that item down for now and move to our next item of business.
Yeah, sorry, Mr.
Councillor
Chair.
Fertini,
Yes.
the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, I already had an offline discussion with staff, so that's fine. Thank you.
Very good. So I have a motion to receive item 8.2.6 by Councillor Fertini. All in favor, any opposed? And this also approves the recommendations. All in favor, any opposed? That also carries. Our next item is item 8.3.1. The minutes of the Brampton School Traffic Safety Council for January 13th, 2022. I believe this was held by Councillor Williams. Councillor?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I held this item because during our Brampton School Safety Traffic Council meeting, there was a motion moved, SC 004-2022, and the resolution that was moved by the committee was to have members attend a minimum of 3 site-specific site inspections a month and monthly committee meetings in accordance with the terms of reference, and the appropriate staff from Public Works and Engineering and the clerk's office be responsible to implement a method to track members' attendance for both sites and inspections and committee meetings for the remainder of 2018-2022 term on a go-forward basis, and that committee members who miss 3 meetings a year will be dismissed from as a member of the School Traffic Safety Board. This motion was moved in response to a number of members feeling overly committed, as some members were not participating in some of the site inspections. So it was an attempt to encourage more participation. The motion is moved as the recommendation of this committee, and now that I ask that we move this as a council so that it can be ratified and be put into effect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So members, you have the motion before you, but I see names on my speakers list. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wonder if there was any, or any of the members that may feel like they've haven't attended the site visits or have missed meetings. Have they provided any comments as to why? And are those comments COVID related? Mr. Chair, through you to the clerk, who's our staff representatives on the Brampton School Traffic? Maybe it's you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is representatives from the Public Works, but perhaps I could start and just say that we don't always have the reasons for citizen members not attending. I will say that with COVID, with the onset of the COVID pandemic and the move to virtual meetings, it is a bit of a struggle, I'll be honest, to have citizen participants in our advisory committee meetings. So that's an endemic issue that we're facing, not just with this committee. We don't always ask for the reason why a citizen member does not attend. If they do miss the 3 consecutive meetings in a row, they are, under our procedure bylaw, automatically removed from the committee. We do still try to reach out to them to see if there's a reason why, if there's an issue with the scheduling or some other reasons. The committee sometimes can excuse the absence of a member for legitimate reasons if identified. So we do try to work with the citizen member to ensure that they can provide an effective role to move the committee forward. But it is sometimes an issue that we just don't know why they're not showing up. And I'm speculating that COVID and virtual meetings is a contributing factor.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to the clerk then, is it the same rule currently that we just had on the screen for members of council as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. So for members of council, the Municipal Act is the defining authority for absences from a meeting. And if a member essentially misses 3 months without, an absence noted and excused by the council, then the member is automatically removed from office. For the citizen advisory committees, the procedure bylaw says if you miss 3 consecutive meetings, you will be removed. The motion that is on that the School Traffic Safety Council proposed was saying instead of 3 consecutive meetings, any 3 meetings in a year, which is a higher threshold than it currently exists in the procedure bylaw. And part of that may have been out of frustration, as Councillor Williams articulated, in terms of the requirements and responsibilities of some of those members of those committees to not only attend committee meetings, but also attend site visits at schools. So I believe what Councillor Williams is suggesting is to reinsert the words consecutive so it reflects the current provisions of the procedure bylaw.
And I appreciate that, and I do, and I accept that the councillors that sit on the committees are experiencing some of that frustration. I guess what I have trouble with and not sitting on the committee is this the time to implement something like this? Given that, everybody's in a tough situation right now. We don't know what their, ultimate situation is, but everybody's struggling with something with the COVID and the pandemic. So I just wonder if now's the time to do it. And I kind of turn to, and I'm glad Councillor Fortini's up next, as he's the chair of the committee that hires or interviews the people to sit on the committees. And I think, Councillor Fortini, if you can correct me in your remarks, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that we had always said to each committee member as they came in, one of the items that we talked about is participation in this one, in the tribunal, in committee of adjustments, and the missing of meetings. So if you can touch on that, and clerk, my last question, just to confirm then, is it something that we could potentially do is, reach out to committee members to get a better understanding of some of the issues that they're having with their attendance, and maybe even open it up for opportunities to, if they would like to maybe step down or and possibly be replaced with with somebody else? There's a question to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we did reach out, I believe it was, I'm thinking it may have been mid of 2021, to the members, to talk, the Citizen Advisory Committee members, just to say that for the time being, our prognosis is that we will continue with virtual meetings and see if they wish to participate. For the most part, some did say that they would continue to participate. We have had other members drop off. We are working on a report now to try and bridge the gap between the number of vacancies we do have on citizen advisory committees with the reality that the term will come to an end this year, and then looking forward to the next term of council in terms of the committee structure and appointment. So we're hoping to bring forward a report on that shortly. Members may recall from the Citizen Appointments Committee, there was a recruitment we did for replacement members. I believe it was in early 2020, just prior to the onset of the pandemic. So there was not an opportunity to then proceed to go through the review of the members or the applicants and go through the interview process. So that's been put on pause, but we've gone back to look at those applications, and we're planning to bring a report forward to committee in the near future to try and address some of the gaps that exist for some of the appointments, citizen appointments to those advisory committees.
Okay, thank you for that, Peter. And I see three other members, and I'll listen to what they have to say, but I'm almost thinking that maybe we should refer this to that review so that we can kind of start fresh in the new term, for the new term, and prior to when people, and hopefully then we're out of this pandemic or in a better situation. But I'll listen to the members. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Recognize Councillor Singh. No, Councillor Fortini, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Williams, for all you do. I know it's very hard on the school safety. I was there last term and doing inspections, and this is a very important committee to go look at. If we recall back when we did the interviews, Councillor Pelosi raised a good point. We did ask every committee members if you're allowed, you have time, will you show up, and everyone was saying yes, and it becomes a problem. We don't have much time left. The term's over. I don't know if we can find any people now, unless we could go through the list. The people applied, maybe put them there, just appoint them through yourself, the clerk, and just carry on for these other 3 or 4 months. I think maybe we can look at the end of next term, because a lot of these committees, we have a lot of people on there. And some committees we had so many people applying, and some of them we just put them all on because there was not enough people. So maybe we could cut some of these committees down in numbers. Instead of having 11 people, bring it down to 7, and that way we have more alternates. And I wish, Mr. Clerk, next term when you have the data of all these people that missed, if they apply again, at least when we go through these interviews, we already know that person's missed so many meetings. What's the sense putting them on? We might as well give someone else a chance to come back on, a new person. So thank you. That's what I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Recognize Councillor Singh.
Thank you. Just for clarity, was there a referral motion moved? Did I hear a referral motion, or we're still debating the original motion by Councillor Williams?
It's our understanding that we're still looking at the motion as it is on the screen.
Okay, my question to the mover of the motion is the 3 consecutive meetings, is that moving forward, or are we going into the past as well?
Thank you, the chair. It's already in the terms of reference for 3 consecutive meetings. So there's 2 parts to this. One, we've had an issue with achieving quorum. And 2, we have had site inspections happen this whole term, and there are some members who have not done a single site inspection. And when they had signed on to being a member of this committee, it was made clear that this was one of their the things that they are supposed to do when they sign up. So members of the committee had been expressing frustrations to feeling overcommitted. There are some members who are always putting their hands because nobody else is committing to doing the site inspections. And site inspections are an extremely important part of this role because you are looking at the schools to see how we need to make it safer for our students to travel to and from their home to get to school. So this is coming out of the committee saying we need to find a way to track how many site inspections that people are doing, and this is implementing a method in order for us to do that, and to also re-encourage members to recommit to attending their meetings so that we can actually achieve quorum and conduct the business of the committee.
And so just to be clear, this is moving forward, the three, I guess, because you have a situation where maybe people have missed more than three, and we didn't remove them because of COVID. So are we saying from now on if you miss three? But I'm just getting that clarification.
Yeah, this is for the remainder of the term. So to track attendance for site inspections and committee meetings for the remainder of the term, and to have that method to track be implemented next term, so that we can keep note on how many people are just kind of sitting and not participating in the site inspections.
Okay, so just one last time for clarity, this is moving forward, right? From like, okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Councillor Williams, you've already spoke, so members of committee, we have the motion before you. All in favor, any opposed? So that carries. Next item on our list is councillor question period. Do any members of committee have questions with regards to items so far on today's meeting? Seeing none, we'll move on to public question period. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions from members of the public with regards to business taken care of today so far on committee?
Through you, Mr. Chair, none for this section.
Very good. So with that, I will now yield the chair to Councillor Santos to chair the community services section of today's committee agenda. Councillor.
Thank you so much. The next section is community services. 9.3.1 was put into consent, and I believe the only other item is 9.3.2, a discussion item at the request of Councillor Singh regarding placing portalets at city parks. Councillor Singh, you have the floor.
I will actually yield to Councillor Dillon. I was discussing with him, and he knows more of the history of this motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Dillon, are you there?
Yep, I am, and sorry, I was supposed to get on the board, and this is an issue that not only affects wards 9 and 10. I think it goes around to a number of different parks. I was speaking to some other ward councillors. They also feel like this is an issue that they are having. So, we welcome any additions to this that they feel that are necessary. And so, we've, Councillor Singh and I, even when he was a school trustee, we've tried to come up with unique ways to get these portalets in the parks. And I remember last term we had a discussion in one of our committee meetings, and they, I think they defined our parks as used for active or passive use, where you come in and you sit for a bit and you leave. And what I've seen over the years, just even before becoming a council, was it's a meeting place for the community, and there's a huge appetite for the community to meet one another, see each other, socialize, and it's a place where I've noticed that the parks are a place where our seniors come, and they'll bring their grandchildren, and they'll watch them for a couple of hours. And as as the years have went on, I've seen, especially during this term of council, the more we've listened to the residents and we've made the changes that they actually want, and kind of not force things upon them. We've seen an increase in the people utilizing these parks. For example, Tree Line Park, we've amended the court in a way where we took the curbs out where people are tripping over it. Now we see about 40, 50 kids there. Wiggins Park is just absolutely packed. And so we've seen an increase in the use in our parks. And this for seniors in particular, it's the one place they get to go and really meet one another. And when we speak about mental health and all the positives of, conversing with people and talking to people. It's a huge benefit for them. In my previous life, I was on a committee with the police as well. We spoke about rampant seniors abuse that occurs within homes. And so, a lot of the times the seniors are forced to, stay home. Their pension checks are taken away and the passports are taken away. And the discussions I've had with them is that, their one outlet, their one bastion is the park. And but we've seen as much as a good news story it is that a lot of them are using our parks even more now. We still see a big problem in that a few of these parks are not able to have the portalets placed there, and that becomes a huge problem. A lot of them don't live nearby. They have to walk a significant distance to get back home, and it becomes almost a human rights issue. I've had discussions with some members of the senior community, and so I thank also Singh for bringing this forward. It's something we've been talking for a while, and I'm hopeful that we can for these particular parks get the portalets put in. We welcome if there's any other councillors who feel like in their area they need to get a park there as well. It's a one-time project we're going to try out, and I think it'll be extremely beneficial for the health and well-being of our seniors. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor Dillon. I believe I have Councillor Paleshi next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Singh, for bringing this forward. This has always been an ongoing issue, like you had referenced, Councillor Dillon. I'm sure that you've talked to residents in my area that request the same. I can't, off the top of my mind, go through how many parks and what parks that I've asked for portalets, what parks are going to be getting the portalets in the following year. So I don't really know, and I won't know until probably the time starts to come around when we start getting out to the parks, and which will come with the nice spring season. So the only thing that my request, I guess, to the movers is, and I want to ensure that because we only have a limited number of portalets in the city, that you're not taking any away from, I know that's not your intent, but I want to make sure that you're not taking away any potential spots for them to go in other wards in the city with the supply that we have. And I guess that would be through you, Madam Chair, to the intent of for the movers, but also to staff.
Yeah, and just from an intent standpoint, it is not our intent. These are additional parks, but staff can clarify if that's how they understand this motion as well.
Thank you so much, Councillor Singh and Councillor Paleshi. Back to staff if you wanted to respond.
Yes, through the chair. Great question, Councillor Paleshi. But yes, as Councillor Singh has said, we actually use a third party and rent the portalets. So this would just be an increase on existing parks that have portalets would still have them.
Okay, so when it comes time, I know Ed, we'll have that discussion of what parks that we need to get some of these out to in wards 2 and 6. So I just want to make sure that if we're accommodating other areas of Brampton, that the accommodation through this motion, and I don't know if I have to amend the motion to satisfy that, is that we will be given the same opportunity as wards 9 and 10.
Yeah, through the chair, I could add a little to that, Councillor Paleshi. What we could do, I know you'd said a question about where they're going to be installed each year. We do have an active list that we can share with all councillors pre-delivery to them in March and April.
Okay. So then I guess I would still feel, I guess, more comfortable if, because of the amount of parks that the area is asking for, I would want to ensure that
other parts of the city are awarded the same opportunity. So if I can ask for an amendment, and that amendment, I think maybe I can work on with staff for this to come to council next week to be ratified. Or Peter, just with my comments, is there something that you could put together? I'm happy to do either or.
How about, and other parts with the consultation of area councilors?
Thank you very much, Councillor Singh. Councillor Paleshi, does that suffice as a suggestion from Councillor Singh as a friendly amendment?
I just want to read the amendment, but I think those were my comments. Yes, thank you, Madam.
Yeah, it's to avoid, I think what you're trying to do is avoid councilors coming back to council. So if you get that direction now, we don't have to keep coming back for other councilors. Is that your intent?
That is absolutely my intent. And then also, I think, with us moving this motion, there's no talk about cost, and we're going to need something to come back. I think everybody has the right to know to see what the cost is.
Okay.
Maybe after this pilot project, we could come back how much it costs, because the parks aren't certain yet.
For sure. Ed, do you need a budget for this?
Through the chair, depending on the discussions we have and how many we have, we can share them numbers. High level, a normal portalet today, of course, everything's increasing, but it's approximately anywhere from about $70 to $80 a month. We have seen a bit of an increase, significant increase in the last year due to COVID, because we're cleaning them more often. But in short, depending on the capacity of how many we're going to install, that information can be shared as we may require additional funds.
And Ed, is that $70 to $80 a month? Is that included? Is the cleaning cost included in that? And do they take care of that in the rental?
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor Paleshi. That base fee is the installation and monitoring and cleaning once a week. And what we've done over the last year and a half, due to COVID, is we've increased the cleaning to 3 times a week. So with that, there's been an additional fee. But yes, things get back to normal, it would go back to once a week.
Okay. So I guess, Ed, then I would ask you to kind of look at, with your background in the services that we provide, at some time you could probably say to us, it's more beneficial for us to do our own service than rent. Is that right?
That's something we could, through the chair, that's something we could explore, Councillor Paleshi. Agreed. Depending on what we have and talking to our team, we could come back if things change and scope creep. But currently, we do utilize the third party because at this time it's more efficient to have them installed. If there's damage, they come and replace, because we're not on the business. We currently don't own any portalets for the city. So for them reasons, I see us probably still using a third party to provide the service.
And then, Ed, with your it's more questions are coming, but the ones that I can think of that are in place now, we have permanent structures to prevent any tipping and stuff like that. I guess through you, do you take this as in the motion that we'll be putting up those permanent structures for those portalets in each of these parks?
Through the chair, great question, Councillor Paleshi. In the last few years, we haven't been putting them in. That is something we would probably submit, if that's the will of council, that we would look at capital submission yearly, because they're high level, approximately anywhere from $500 to $1,000 each. So I know we have them throughout the city, but these additional pieces currently, unless directed to do so, we would probably just look at installing the portalets themselves without the overhead structure to contain. As you've said, vandalism at times, they do get pushed over and at times get set on fire, but that doesn't, the structure doesn't keep, but that's minimal. But that would be an addition, correct?
And currently, Ed, from my recollection of where those permanent structures are in the ground now, they're strictly around parks that have either baseball diamonds, soccer pitches, and stuff like that. They're not really around just regular parks, are they?
Correct. There's not knowing the exact inventory, but you are correct, Councillor Pleshy. We try to put them in high traffic areas where they're more frequent. To add to that, there are a few that are left out. Our dog parks, for instance, where they're more active through the. So there's a couple that are out there that we try to maintain yearly, but 95% of them are. They go in sort of April, depending on weather, and usually come out just before Halloween. The weather's starting to change at that time as well.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ed, for your time. Madam Chair, those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Pleshy. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to thank Councillor Singh and Councillor Dillon for bringing this forward. It's certainly been a topic of discussion for Councillor Santos and I in wards 1 and 5. We've had many discussions with groups across our area, including the Credit View Seniors group that have been asking for this. And, you know, when you think about it, and if you've traveled, I know that I visited great cities, you know, like New York, London, UK, Lisbon, and they have public bathrooms, and it's something that I think we are heading towards, and I think this is a great first step in making the city more functional, more accessible for folks, and not just bathrooms, but for example, baby changing facilities, etc. We have been working with residents in our area and have identified several locations where we would like to have portalets installed, and this pilot is a great opportunity. So we're very appreciative of this. And so I do have an amendment that was sent to the clerks. And if we could ask for that amendment to be codified here in this motion on behalf of also the residents for wards 1 and 5, that would be very much appreciated. And certainly both Councillor Santos and I are very open to seeing this across all the city where it makes sense. So thank you. And I would ask for that amendment to the mover.
Yes, accepted.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Vicente. Councillor Majeros.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. This is almost like the Oprah Winfrey Show where everyone gets, you get a portalet, you get one. Who wants one? So I would just say that I'm interested to see from the councillors who moved this, because usually I find that in my parks there's always a mixed sort of feelings about it, and we usually do a mail out, and maybe staff can comment. And have you guys done a mail out? Meaning, did the residents, I guess, surrounding, and I assume that you would have already did that, because I hesitate to. I do have these requests as well, Councillor Bowman, myself. I kind of want to sort of sit back and see how this pilot project works in your area. And I know certainly we'll hear it within weeks that, you know, wards 9 and 10 have one, how come we don't, and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not sure if staff, in terms of all these parks, are we going to just putting them, or are we going to be doing the process in which we reach out to the residents? Because I do know it seems to be very sort of conflictual sometimes when we put these portalets.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Medeiros. I will ask for clarification. The way I read the motion is that this will be a pilot for this year to see how this year goes, and it's something that may continue, that we'd probably come back to council with, again, being a pilot, the pros and cons to it, if there's any cons at all. So I don't believe that the intent is to survey the local parks that are being suggested.
Yeah, and through you, Chair, and I guess my apologies for lack of articulation. I guess what I'm trying to say is that when we contemplate a portalet in a park, usually we do that survey, right? And I was just wondering, in terms of these areas, I guess they'll be given, and I'd be interested to see the feedback after, and how do you deal with
if in fact they're, because some parks are probably not so close to some homes as other parks. But I do know it's quite the conflictual in terms of, residents who live in the area are not necessarily gung ho for them, and those who use the park, understandably really want them. I think in the future, instead of a portalet, I would like to see, because I've seen in other cities, Edmonton and so on, in some of their parks where, they're a little bit more fulsome sort of bathrooms, sort of like mini sort of change room and bathroom per se. And I think, this is an attempt to really support seniors who are using these parks. So I won't belabor that. I know there's other outstanding issues with it, but happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Majerus. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, and thank you for all the comments. This is a few years in the making. Me and Councillor Dillon used to visit many of these parks, and some did not pass the survey, but it was almost peculiar because I felt like we were putting accessibility rights to a democratic vote, because when you talk to these elders, they cannot hold the washroom inside, so they can't make it to their house. Sometimes their house is 500 meters away, a kilometer away. And then a few videos went viral where, because of weak bladder issues, they just had to relieve themselves, and they did near the forest by their house. And this is when we thought this is a real serious issue, especially for our elders. It matches with council term priorities where we want to make our parks more accessible. And, I can tell you one of the videos, I knew their grandkids and they were just devastated. So after that, we started working on this. We know these parks intimately, myself and Councillor Dillon, and they were picked on purpose. And we would have done it earlier, to be really honest, because of COVID. We didn't want to encourage seniors to get together at the park this year and last year. But given that we're on our way to be out of COVID and the parks are going to be used, these demands have been years in the making. And I'm not saying this is a permanent thing. Let's try it out. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. If it does, then something we have to reconsider, maybe changing our policy in the future. So that's all I wanted to say. And it's moved by myself and Councillor Dillon to the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, and I think everybody's made some pretty valid points. I just wanted to share a couple more things. As we were speaking, I got a text from somebody who wanted me to add the diabetes issues that we're facing in Peel and some of the heart disease. I think it's no secret that it's probably one of the biggest health issues that we do have in the region. And I encourage every councillor by next week, if there's any parks that you want to add, definitely add it. I think it's extremely important. We do typically send out the survey as well. My experience, I'm not sure if it's the same as everybody else's. There's a few people in these areas that, just to kind of summarize it, they tend to use these people in quotes a lot. It's pretty disheartening when there's seniors there who are using the facilities of the parks, and they're referred to as these people. They sit there, they do this. I had in Countryside and Dixie, somebody came to me and said, why do we were there for a traffic issue, and a lady came up to me and said, why do your people sit at the park all the time? And I said, they're not my people, they're just people. They're seniors. They want to enjoy the park, and I think you should go and you should sit with them. You should talk to them. If you want, I can introduce you to them. We're a community. This is everybody's park. And then, we've heard some of the issues around the the incident that Councillor Singh was mentioning, you know, when you're that old and you have to use the bathroom, you have to use the bathroom. And when the pandemic started, myself, my wife, and my youngest son, we went to the Peel, the region for the testing up on here in Ontario, and there was no washroom facilities there, and my son had to use it, and the Peel staff like, well, just go in the bushes, right? And that just, and I'm saying this just to show that, you know, when somebody has to use the bathroom, they have to use the bathroom, and it's very difficult for these elders to walk maybe sometimes a kilometer or more, and so you know, we've had a chance to go to every single park. We speak to the seniors, the Brampton Seniors Committee, on a number of different occasions as well. And so sometimes it just breaks my heart to see a lot of these, you know, these seniors who have to face these difficulties. And again, you know, when we talk about the surveys, there's always a few bad apples who make it a situation that it shouldn't be made into. And so just want to thank Councillor Singh and everybody for the wonderful discussion today. And I'm hopeful that by council meeting, if there's any more parks that we need to add, you know, I definitely can support that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dillon, for that very important perspective and illustrating with those stories. Councillor Fortini, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the two councillors. I remember we talked about this last term, and I do see the necessary for these a lot of the people. It's not only for seniors; it's really for everyone. I know we have a survey, and some parks are very, very close to homes, and these homes complain. I understood it's a pilot project. What do you mean it's a pilot project? I don't get that.
Over to staff, perhaps Commissioner Nader or Ed?
Through the chair, Councillor Pertini, thank you for the question. The way I read it, Councillor Pertini, it's a pilot project this year that we'll be installing portalets in the parks. And from there, we'll monitor how the year, and through the council office as well. So depending on if there's any questions through the council office that we can support, if we happen to receive any concerns, I think there'll be some ongoing dialogue through each councillor pairing in the Parks Department through, if we receive anything through City Works or just phone calls randomly. So I think that ongoing dialogue piece will help.
Yeah, thank you. Let me ask, I'm not considering parkettes, little small ones, major parks, a certain, let's say an acre and a half. How many do we have across the city?
Through the chair, well, I was going to say, through the chair, thank you, Councillor Fortini. I like numbers, but we have approximately about 900 parks and parkettes citywide. I don't have that analysis today, but that's something we could follow up to break it down for you based on, you know, sizes under an acre, 2 acres, and between 2 to 5 acres and such.
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking, if we have maybe about, let's say, 350 parks, give you a take, just a number, and we take a number, say, anything over more than an acre and a half or 2 acres, and we multiply $80 by that park, and it comes out so much a month. We just install them all the parks. I can understand if it's a little parkette and this house is right beside there. They say, well, you don't live here, but I do. And I get those people too. But I agree with Councillor Singh and Councillor Dillon. This is a major thing. We talked about this last year many times, and we sent these survey, and the people say, I don't want it in my backyard. So if we have a certain size park, we come up with a number and multiply by $80 a month. It's only, what, 6 months? It's not that much at the end. So we might as well kind of put them in most of the parks, put a pad. And I get what you're saying, and Councillor Pleshy raised a good point, you know, putting a pad and putting a steel structure. But if we try it like this and then mix it, every year you start doing some pads and a little bit at a time when we have them all in those parks. But we should pick like a certain size of an acre and a half, 2 acres, put them in an area where it's almost in the center, which is not close to the homes or out of the way, so it helps the people that live there, and it also helps everyone else, seniors plus us. And I agree, like a lot of times if we have to go, we have to go. Simple. So thank you for bringing it forward. I'm willing to support it, and we'll look forward to the park. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Fortini. I'm not sure, did somebody call a recorded vote? I can't recall. Councillor Singh?
No, I did not.
Okay, so members of council, you have the motion before you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, can it be moved by Councillor Singh and myself?
Yep, absolutely. So moved by Councillor Singh and Councillor Dillon. Anyone opposed?
Yeah, you have a recorded, yeah.
Okay, did somebody ask a recorded vote? I'm sorry. Yep, Michael Plesky. So, Mr. Clerk, over to you to conduct the recorded vote.
A recorded vote's been requested on the motion on the screen on item 9.3.2. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Visante.
In favor.
Councillor Willens. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yep.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Santos.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Next item on the agenda is councillor question period. Do any members of council have any, or committee of council have any questions on this section? Seeing none, the next item is public question period. Mr. Clerk, are there any emails from the public with questions?
There are no questions.
Thank you very much. And over now to Councillor Bowman to chair Legislative Services.
Thank you very much, Chair Santos. We're now looking at Legislative Services section. We have no staff presentations, no reports. I will just check with the city clerk. We did have 2 items added, but neither of those items passed. Is that correct?
That's correct. There is no new business for this section.
Okay, thank you. And we have no correspondence. Councilor's question period. Do any members have any questions regarding this section? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions from the public?
We have none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Well, that concludes Legislative Services. I will now pass the chair over to Councillor Medeiros for Economic Development.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman, and I will hand it over to staff for item 11.1, staff presentation regarding 2021 virtual FDI mission to UK and Ireland, and welcome, Andrew.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate the time that we're going to spend over the next few minutes to review the virtual FDI mission to the UK and Ireland. I hope each of you are well, and I thank you for the opportunity, and I thank you for the time and efforts from Mayor Brown and Councillor Singh to lead this mission December 6th to 10th last month. Or I'm sorry, it's February, so a month and a bit ago. Next slide, please. So as part of our economic recovery strategy, this mission was ambitious in design. We were looking to showcase Brampton's value proposition to 3 international markets in a single week. Over the week, we engaged Scotland, Ireland, and London in the sectors of cybersecurity, medtech, and innovation. We also are trying to make a space for food innovation, which in plain English is looking at alternative proteins, sustainability, and food production for a future population that's low carbon and respectful to the environment. For background, the UK is Canada's most important commercial partner in Europe, and it's actually our 4th largest globally. Since 2017, CETA, or the Canadian-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, has seen two-way merchandise trade between Canada and Ireland increasing by 44%. These markets of the UK and Ireland are promising, complex, yet competitive. The key goal in December was to initiate relationships and then convert those to active partnerships to assist the Economic Development Office in pursuing market opportunities this year in 2022 in the sectors of cybersecurity, medtech, and food innovation, as well as develop new and powerful partnerships for collaboration in the technology and startup space. Next slide, please. Our first in-market event was actually a cybersecurity event in November, hosted out of Ireland, to put Brampton on the global map for cybersecurity. This event allowed us to market Brampton's cyber opportunity in acceleration and talent development, as well as promote the new marketing video that showcases the catalyst. At this cybersecurity event, we promoted Brampton in 4 ways: a virtual exhibit booth at the conference itself, on LinkedIn with the video posted that secured about 500 impressions, complimentary tickets to local companies in the cyber domain, and finally on a panel with the Economic Development Director Claire Barnett highlighting the cyber talent opportunity in Brampton for globally minded companies. Fellow panelists had applauded Brampton's initiatives to become a hub for cybersecurity and recognized our efforts to create a sense of place for Brampton in the cyber realm. Next slide, please. The mission began with a roundtable meeting to advance Brampton's strategic position by meeting with the High Commissioner Ralph Goodale, and 2 senior diplomats, Ontario's Agent General in London and the Senior Economic Officer for the Ontario in the UK. Next slide, please. The UK and Irish markets are quite sophisticated in some aspects, which then provides a learning opportunity for Brampton as we become a hub for cybersecurity and further develop our innovation district. So what you're looking at right now is an image of Plexel, which is an innovation facility that has a promising cyber initiative programmed with the London Office of Rapid Cybersecurity Advancement, aka LORCA. LORCA members had raised more than 150 million pounds and can be a channel to cyber innovation and cyber entrepreneurs. Next slide, please. The image in this slide depicts our partnership sales strategy. You're looking at Mayor Brown and Councillor Singh meeting with the CEO of IBEC, which is Ireland's largest business group representing over 40 business associations. It's a very prestigious organization. We don't have one quite equivalent here in Canada, as are the other organizations that the Economic Development Office is working with to develop real active partnerships, including the Canada-UK Chamber of Commerce, the Ireland-Canada Business Association, and Enterprise Ireland. These associations create a multiplier effect for globally promoting Brampton's value proposition, as well as ensuring a vibrant sales model to further our 2022 engagements. Next slide, please. As we near the end of this presentation, here's another example of a partnership model where we hosted an inbound virtual mission with companies from Scotland with the Scotland North American Business Council and Inverness Chamber of Commerce. Next slide, please. So the mission summary to date, you'll notice the word interim there because we actually had to reschedule a particular meeting for this month. But the mission summary to date is that we had 5 mayor-led events, 7 business investment meetings, 3 really promising partnerships, and for social media influence, about 300 impressions on Instagram and close to 2,000 impressions across LinkedIn. And this is just the start as we continue into 2022. In terms of next steps, we're developing our partnerships, anticipating 2 or 3 physical tours of the Innovation District before summer starts. And of course, we're looking to convert the leads that we're building from December into the coming months. As I conclude, I just want to extend again a thank you to Mayor Brown and Councillor Singh, David in the CAO's office, Richard, Culture and Protocol, my colleagues in Economic Development, Communications and IT, for supporting the success of this market engagement. I'd be happy to answer any questions from member of the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't see. Okay, I don't see any question. Oh, Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank staff. You know, these virtual FDI missions, they're quite unique, but we were always prepared, had our notes ready as well. We had some really good meetings. Even I've continued some conversations with some of the people over LinkedIn. They've asked me to come down to Scotland, and I do have family there, so I might be making that trip. But overall, I just want to thank staff for doing a great job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As I see, can I get Councillor Singh to move staff staff presentations? Anyone opposed? I see none. The motion carries. Our next item is, that's it. So no reports. Councillor question period. Do any members have any questions regarding the economic development section? I see none, and I guess I'll hand it over now. Public question period. Do we have any questions from members of the public, City Clerk?
There are none.
Okay, I'll pass it over now to Councillor Singh to chair the corporate services section of the committee agenda.
Councillor Medeiros, if you're open to it, everything was put in consent except the one item that I held. Would you be okay to chair it? Because I don't want to hold it to be the chair. Okay.
Okay, not a problem. Okay, so we have stuff. Okay, that was put in consent. Our next item is Holland Christian Homes staff report titled Holland Christian Homes Development Charges Deferral Extension Associated with the Long-Term Facility. Do members have any questions? Councillor Bowman.
Did Councillor Singh have the, he held that, so is he going to make that comment?
Oh yeah, my apologies. Councillor Singh, go ahead.
That's what. That's okay. This is. I was reading the report and just something I couldn't shake off. You know, we do have other long-term care homes that were approved, and you know, we have pretty strong emotions. You know, we supported one; the other two will be getting support, and I really felt it wasn't truly fair for Holland Christian Homes. So I'd be interested to hear, Councillor Bowman, I know you're close to that. I mean, they went through a very tough time in COVID as well. You know, I had members and volunteers who were there with the military as well during that time. And it's just, yeah, I don't know, it just didn't sit right. So, you know, if we could look at maybe some more assistance like we have with other groups, I'm not saying it'll be land, but just in their development charges. They are also a nonprofit, so it just, that was sort of my concern, and I just wanted to raise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Bowman.
Sure, thanks very much, Councillor Singh, for bringing this up. I think this differs slightly from the other ones that we declared conflicts on. This is just simply a deferral of the charges. They will be paying them, but you know, over the past 2 years with COVID, they've gone through the building process already on site. So, you know, as far as I know from reading the report as well, this was already approved at the region as well. I would have to defer that to one of my regional colleagues. Just to be deferred for a couple of years. Like I said, they will be paying the development charges. There's no issue there. It's just that, you know, during the COVID times, they couldn't come up with the money, and the government was not coming forward with the money. But now that things are ready to go there now, they are just waiting to get that money. So this deferral is actually until they get that money back from the government. I would ask one of my regional colleagues to comment on the regional aspect of it. So I'm happy to move the report.
Okay, and thank you. I don't see any other questions or comments, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman. Is there anyone opposed? Okay, I see none. Motion carries. Our next item then is Councillor question period. Are there any questions from members of
Committee? See none. Public question period.
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And
Wait, Mr. Chair.
yes.
Was that, I just had a little bit of technical difficulty. Was that motion moved and passed?
Yeah,
Okay,
it passed.
thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Public question period, there's none. We've dealt with the items in closed session. Anything I need to read out, City Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're on item 13. If you're continuing to chair, just the referred matters list, and then for public question period, item 14, there is no public questions. And then we do have one item for closed session, which is identified as 15.1, so committee will have to move into closed session. Unless anybody wishes to defer it, it's up to committee.
Does anyone have any preference? Well, I guess we'll go quickly into in camera then. So it's now 3 o'clock, so let's say reconvene. Is 3:15 enough time for you, Peter?
Order, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Have you done referred matters list? I'm on the board to ask a question of that area.
Oh, my apologies. So let's go back to referred matters list. Go ahead, Councillor Williams.
Thank you. I do have a question. I know earlier I tried to bring onto the agenda a discussion about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I on the referred matters list, 48-2021, I know that is in relation to the motion that I had moved last year to have an overlook of our human resources and the demographic makeup of our city employees and such. I'm wondering if I can get an update on that, and if somebody could kind of speak to where we are at with that, because we were supposed to be getting back something in December, and you know, it would be really great to have context and understanding what a timeline is going to look like, and so that we can have a discussion on this item.
Okay, is there staff that can respond?
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Yes, hello?
Through the chair to the councillor, I thought I heard if Michelle was on the line. She could address your question, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas, and again through to you, Councillor Williams. Sorry about that. In regards to the socio-demographic survey, both the Equity Office and Human Resources have secured a vendor, and we will be rolling out the survey more than likely in the 3rd or 4th quarter.
Okay, will we be getting an update, and third and fourth quarter, for those who may not know, can you be a bit more specific? Because I'm just looking to find out, there were a number of different requests that have been made, and, you know, an update to understand, you know, what we're looking at, and any investigations, any of that information would be helpful for us to really get a good snapshot in what we're dealing with here.
In regards to sort of an overview as to what has occurred to date and what measures have been put in place and plans, we hope to get that to you sometime in March. In regards to the socio-demographic survey, the timeline, September, October, is when we will be initiating communications and implementing the actual survey.
Okay, great.
Tentatively.
So in March, we'll get a clear overview of all discussions and all requests that have been asked in regards to this area of diversity, equity, inclusion in March. So that's very helpful. I think there's been some questions, and after having the great discussion earlier with the delegations, I think there are a lot of questions, and people want to know what are the plans and the things that you've put in place since coming on board here at the city. So I look forward to us having that conversation in March, and kind of getting an overview of what discussions, investigations, what all of those pieces are revealing. So thank you for that update.
Thank you. And if we can give you a report earlier, we will do so.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Councillor Williams. So we've dealt with the public question period. There's none. Closed session. So now that it's 3:06, can we say 3:20, City Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can. Just before committee does recess, we have to pass a motion to move into closed session. So I'm going to read the purpose for going into closed. It's for item 15.1, open session meeting exception under section 239(2)I and K of the Municipal Act. A trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group, or persons or organization, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board.
Okay, thank you. So I have a mover, Councillor Williams. Is there anyone opposed? I see none, so I'll see everybody at 3:20. Thank you.
Thank you, members of committee. This meeting is now recessed. Members can leave this session, the WebEx session, and join the team session that's been provided to them for closed session that will start at 3:20. Thank you. Mr. Chair, it is 4:40. Just before we begin, I'm just going to name the members that I do see connected during the virtual platform. I see Councillor Santos. Councillor Vicente is present in the chambers. I see Councillor Paleshi, Chair Medeiros, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Willens, and Councillor Williams. There is a quorum present, Mr. Chair. And Councillor Fortini just joined.
Okay, thank you very much. So, City Clerk, in terms of reporting out, I will take it as City Clerk. Do we have to report the decision made?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So I'll spare reading out the reasons again. That's been cited before and it was on the screen. But the matter was considered in closed session. Information was received and the item was referred to the February 9th meeting of City Council.
Okay, thank you very much. And our last item of business is adjournment, and committee is scheduled to meet Wednesday, February 16th at 9:30. I do have a motion moved by Councilor Fortini. Is anyone opposed? I see none. The meeting is now adjourned. Everyone have a safe evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, this meeting is now adjourned. We're just going to